going for 5 years. I recall when we did the first one under 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉, and I remember you as well was a part of the delegation. Clara, etc., was a part of the delegation. I also had the opportunity to moderate at the first event. So I am grateful to see 5. Yes, indeed. That's an accomplishment, a continuum of the beginning to now. This year's theme, the development of the culture creative industry, is the role of the individual in creating success. We are ecstatic and happy to continue this conversation, to continue to build every year so that at the end of this, that we could become more and even the more involved in a successful creatives doing their work on the island of St. Maarten and exploring beyond here. But it starts at home. So we're grateful that this conversation is happening every single year with action, with the idea of action. We have action, yes, but we want you to go even further beyond our borders and expand. So with that said, let me first invite for our opening prayer, my dear Ninko. I'm hoping I'm saying your name correct. Ninko, alrighty. I know, right? Do you need to stand here? You need, no? Sure.
Greetings, everyone. May we please stand? First, I would like to have a minute of silence for our ancestors. Thank you. Remain standing. Ori chala manzana, ori chala manzan, Shango manzana, oh, Shango manzan. Ori chala manzana, ori chala manzan, Shango manzana, oh, Shango manzan. Please be seated. Thank you all so much and welcome once again. As we use the space together, let us remember who we are. Let us remember our greatness, the greatness of our ancestors, the sons and daughters of the soil, the king and queens that we are. Remember who you are. We are greatness. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Can everyone please stand as we recite the St. Maarten song? Everyone is going to participate this afternoon, this morning. So with that said, where over the world, say where you find an island there, so lovely small, where nations free, with people French and Dutch, though talking English much, as the same Maarten in the sea. Oh, sweet St. Martin's land, so bright by beach and strand, with sailors on the sea and harbors free, where the chains of mountains green fearlessly in sunlight sheen. Oh, I love thy paradise, nature's beauty very. Oh, I love thy paradise, nature's beauty very nice. Thank you. You sounded so beautifully. So as we begin our program today, I'm going to invite our opening, which will be done by the Minister of Justice, the Honorable Anna Richardson. You kindly have the lectern. Ms. Richardson, just allow me to just do one thing because I recognized I forgot protocol and I definitely don't want to do that. And I was like, oops, you forgot something. I'd like to make mention of our honorees within the room. First and foremost, the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Sylvia Jacobs. The Minister of Justice, Honorable Anna Richardson. SG, Mevrouw Powell. Our invited guest, Philippe Boutrago. Yes. Dr. Keith Nurse. Dr. Erica K. Smith. And let's not forget our very own Clara Reyes. Minister of Justice, you now have the lectern. Kindly welcome her as well.
Protocol having been established, I'd like to welcome one and all to the 5th Cultural Creative Industry Forum 2023 here at Belair Community Center. Of course, this is organized today by the Department of Culture and the Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sports. Since this is already the 5th forum, I think it is safe to say that we are building a tradition here. So congratulations to the department for a job well done thus far, and blessings as you continue to highlight the creative end of our culture. I can say that as a tradition developing here of coming together to listen, watch, and talk about the future of our culture, creative industry, the future of St. Martin's economy, and the future of our society. When we gather on occasions such as this, we see diversity, we see brilliance, we see uniqueness, and we see the density of our St. Martin culture. Because we're in here talking about culture, so we don't say St. Martin, but we say St. Martin, right? For a small island in the Caribbean, we are disproportionately blessed with creative talent, and we have a lot to offer to the world in dance, in song, in music, painting, poetry, storytelling, and more. It would be rather selfish to keep all of this to ourselves, right? So we want to be able to be free to do this collectively, regionally, internationally, but of course, it's a value, so we don't have to do it for free either. Creativity produces intellectual property, and property can be monetized. The economic statistics show, as presented by Dr. Keith at the Governor's Symposium, which I was privy to be at as well, just a few days ago, that the share of intellectual property in the economy of the US is at somewhere around 11%, and that puts it over the share of manufacturing in the economy of the same country. This is one example that shows both the economic importance and value of creativity, and its viability as a catalyst to help expand and diversify the economy of St. Martin. The theme for today's or this year's Cultural Creative Industry Forum is the development of the culture creative industry, the role of the individual in creating success. The idea is that the individual artist, technician, entrepreneur, civil servant, or elected official will have a better understanding of the processes and mechanisms that determine successful development of the cultural creative industry in the country St. Martin or St. Martin. Creativity is one thing, but it is nothing without the skills of others. A writer needs an editor and sometimes an IT specialist if they need to retrieve information from a computer that might have crashed. We need the sound and light technician when we perform on stage, the makeup artist, the costume designer and tailors, the set designer and builders, the director, and of course the cameraman. And we need the advice from accountants and lawyers before money is made. The culture creative industry is not just artists, it is not just art, but creativity. The arts are at the core of. As mentioned by last year's forum keynote speaker, 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓, all economic development. Even though today we are looking at the role of the individual in the development of cultural creative industry in St. Martin and its economic advantages, we should not ignore the other benefits of our society brought about by a growth of the creativity and its arts. Not too long ago, when large parts of the world were in strict lockdowns, it was the singing and dancing from balconies, from behind windows that helped us overcome the loneliness that fulfilled that vital need for connection, that prevented societies from falling apart. Art and creativity unite, not only in economic ways through cooperation to produce, as I mentioned earlier, but much more by the establishment of connections on an emotional level, by sharing our artistry in different ways of expression and discovering that there is more what unites us than what separates us. It is this unity through diversity that is at our core of our St. Martin society, that enables us to get up again and again and again after a storm or after a pandemic or even after 𝒚𝒑𝒉. In a society like ours, with a high population density, economic uncertainty, and a legacy of enslavement and colonialism, individuals are under a lot of stress in their day-to-day lives, yet society still stays together, and one of the ways through which that is achieved is through the arts of being a producer, a participant, or a consumer. That joy that the arts bring is an antidote of choice to relieve stress, because in the final analysis, at the core of our creativity lies love. In closing, it is my wish that you will all enjoy these 2 days. I encourage you to discover the roles you can play to contribute towards the future development of our cultural creative industry in St. Martin, thereby benefiting our society. Never underestimate the positive effects on yourself and others, even in the smallest creative and love-inspired act. In short, find, create, act. I hereby declare the 5th Cultural Creative Industry Forum in my capacity as Acting Minister of Education open. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister of Justice. I just wanted to add something. Arts and creativity unite. It is an antidote. And at the core of it, the core of the arts lies love. I think the mere fact that you have a love to create, a love to bring out different things and to make a body of people unite under the arts, this is something that expands and grows, and love is something that we hold dear to. So the mere fact that the core of our creativity lies love, I love that particular line within your open speech. Find, create, and act. We are going to have our remarks by the Minister of our General Affairs, the Prime Minister, the Honorable 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓.
Good morning. Sorry, good morning. Okay, good. The teacher in me always rises to the occasion. As most of you know, and some of our guests may not know, I was also former Minister of Education. It was the first foray into the political world, coming from an education background, as well as coming from a creative background, having many years of dance under the belt, as well as performing arts, also with our esteemed Clara Reyes and her team, even as an adult. I had a hard time letting it go when I got too busy, but indeed, I continue to try to give my 2 cents as it would be. Also having that background in sport, so getting into the field of education, culture, youth, and sport was a natural for me. This one, not so much. I had to grow into it. But by the grace of God, I'm still here. And thinking that with this background, we have a bigger opportunity to focus government's intentions in ensuring that this field gets the exposure it needs, the support it needs, and so I'm very proud that we're into our 5th year and that with our Clara Reyes at the helm, we'll continue to grow by leaps and bounds. The Culture Creative Industry Forum 2023 and the Orange Economy Symposium that was just held is really catalyzing something that has been in the making for a while. What role does each person play? And today you're focused on the individual's role. And in doing that, I think back on the days when the Sundial School produced creatives in making clothing, in the recesses you would pass by and see them doing each other's hair. I remember one young entrepreneur doing nails. Her mom had a salon and she was doing the nails in her mom's salon, and you know, in the free periods, you would catch them, as we say, turning the hand, right? And I know when the Scooby-Doos came out, who remembers those? Right. My son was in elementary at the time, and he insisted, together with his stepbrother, that I buy them these, and my mom was a creative, so she was into it and had all the books as well, and they would create their things and take them to school to sell. So at the end of the day, 7-year-old comes to me with a list. I need this one for this teacher, that teacher, this child, and I'm like, how much are you selling them for? $1. I said, what? Well, where's my cut? And where's the school's cut? So I think it's very, very important that as creatives, you're doing something that drives you, but you're not monetizing it well. And I know I'm speaking to the choir. But I believe that, especially after I went to 𝒚𝒄𝒄 last year, April, and you would say, what 𝒚𝒄𝒄 got to do with this? These people found all kinds of speaking engagements for me, and one of them was at sustainable fashion. And I ensured that I wore one of Jolie Duzon's outfits, and I spoke on that. But that whole group of people, and it was a bunch of rich people, were talking about ways, making sure that your clothing were made from natural, anything that you were made was made from natural, so that it is sustainable. So that's where it tied into 𝒚𝒄𝒄, taking care of the earth. The dyes that you use, that they're not staining the earth or poisoning the earth or killing off fish. And in big countries, this happens. So I'm like, we're not there yet on St. Maarten, but at least we are starting to promote our local artists. We are shopping more local. And so I was able to speak on that. And then for today, I'm like, how do everything I do now, I tie into the Sustainable Development Goals. We're a small island developing state, and now, yes, we can secure funding for the things that we need to do to develop sustainably. So I'm looking at promoting our creatives as a manner in which we can build sustainable cities and communities. Also, quality education, because I believe these two are tied. Our education must reflect what we need. And so for me, this is an opportunity for us to revamp and also value creativity in school. I look out and I see one of my top students, Lisandro. Growing up, Lisandro was that child that did well in school, 9s and 10s, and upset if he get a 9. And I see another as well. But Lisandro stands out because of his transition to the creative. Creativity wasn't promoted in school. Creativity for him was a hobby, right? And his mom was one of those super moms that exposed them to everything. So he was running, he was doing all these extracurricular activities, and passed ahead of his class, went to high school, passed the highest level of high school where you expect them to go academia. And a year or two in, he switched to what was on the inside. And so I would like that St. Maarten, I don't know if you can remember from 3 years ago, being a place where dreams can be achieved, where we are living in our purpose, where we are doing what drives us. And it can be at different levels, but you must ensure to tap into that. And as I grow more spiritual, thanks to the pandemic, there are opportunities. It made us stop, it made us reflect, it made us listen to the inner voice, and I must say God put the right people around me to grow in that area. And if we want to continue to ensure that our creatives thrive, not just at home, but around the world, because in this digital era, we're not stuck on 37 square miles. You can not only thrive here, but sell yourself and St. Maarten to the rest of the world. The role of the individual is key. We can create all the opportunities like this forum and have a half-filled house. You have to show up as individuals. You have to put in the work, even when no one's looking and no one's supporting, because it is what drives you. And I think when that happens, everything else will fall into place. So with this forum, I'm hoping that with our esteemed speakers, though I won't be able to be here for the 2 days, I will do my best to go back and look at the videos and be inspired, because I have been continuously inspired by the creative part of me. Art Saves Lives every year comes around, and I'm like, oh yes, this is what we're about. Every recital I go to, every poetry reading I hear, I can be as tired as whatever, but when I get to that event and I see our youth dancing, I see our youth singing, I see the poetry, I see the murals when I walk around town, I am inspired. And if we can touch one, then we have made an impact in life. And I believe everyone has a purpose, and I really hope and pray that our creatives find their way, is able to live, not just to do it as a hobby, live from it, thrive on it, and thereby inspire others so we can create sustainable communities and cities and create a sustainable St. Maarten where everyone is valued. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Madam Prime Minister, for that speech. Live, thrive, and inspire in order to create a sustainable St. Maarten and individuals. The role of the individual in creating success. I'd like to mention that the Minister of Justice, the Honorable Minister Samuel, Minister of Education, excuse me, is not on the island, is currently not on the island, so we are expressing regards that he is not here, and he sent his regards to you. I also need to mention the Chief of the Minister of Cabinet, Madam Holiday. Thank you for being here as well. My sincere apologies for not calling you out during the introductions of the dignitaries. One thing was mentioned, especially in the beginning of the opening remarks by Minister of Justice, and I'm going to further emphasize that before we go into the keynote speaker. The team, the development of the culture creative industry, the role of the individual in creating success, is to place emphasis on the idea that the individual artist, technician, entrepreneur, investor, civil servant, or elected official will have a better understanding of the processes and mechanisms that ensure that successful development of the culture creative industry on St. Maarten. Annually, the CCIF brings together cultural practitioners, creatives, and their stakeholders who are involved in the industry that resides on St. Maarten to engage in meaningful discussions on the way forward in developing this very important industry. Creatives on St. Maarten are encouraged to attend this particular forum for a reason, as there will be 3 very interesting international keynote speakers presenting on this stage. Right now, I'm going to introduce our keynote address, which will be done by Mr. Dr. Felipe 𝒕𝒓𝒄𝒉, I'm hoping I'm saying the last name correct, a highly accomplished professional with an impressive track record in the cultural and creative economy and the information and communications technology sectors with over 22 years of experience. Felipe has held prominent positions and made significant contributions in various areas, including policymaking, academic research, and authorship. As the former Minister of Culture of Colombia, Felipe played a pivotal role in shaping and implementing impactful public policies. Mr. 𝒕𝒓𝒄𝒉 is a renowned author and has co-authored influential books such as The Orange Economy, An Infinite Opportunity, and Orange Economy, An Infinite Reality, with the former president of Colombia, Mr. Iván Duque. Did I say that right? Good. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome to the lectern our keynote address by Dr. Felipe. Please help me welcome him.
Perfect. It was close enough, trust me. I have had really complicated situations with my name, especially in Africa and in Asia. It's helpless. Here is good enough, and in any case, it's a relatively versatile name. I'm Felipe, fits well, and with 𝒕𝒓𝒄𝒉, it's always complicated, even in Spain, I have to say. Well, it's a pleasure and an honor for me to be here. Prime Minister, I'm very honored and with your presence here, and I really hope that we can live to your standards and to your aspirations, and we can make echo of your wise remarks. The same for you, Justice Minister. It was really good to hear from both of you how well connected you are with the aspirations and what this sector really requires in terms of political support, but also understanding at high political levels. Well, I like to start with a story. This is a story that probably many of you already know. It's about the Little Prince, this beautiful story about a little kid trying to see the world from a very naive but still very deep perspective. And the thing is, among his travels, he found a very particular guy, the lamplighter, one very small planet. And the lamplighter was there when the Little Prince arrived, saying good night and lighting up the lamp. And then good morning and turning it off. And right again, good night and lighting it up. And good morning and turning it off. The Little Prince was a little bit unsettled because this was a very weird dynamic. The guy very often doing the same thing. And he starts asking the questions that a kid would ask. Why do you do that? I mean, why do you do such an insane thing? I mean, it's really necessary to do that? And the guy say, well, that's the consigna. I mean, that's what is supposed to be done. I mean, that's why it's been done forever and ever. And the thing is, the Little Prince realized two things. The first one is that the consigna, this mandate, was established when that planet was clearly spinning at a slower speed. So that was necessary. And that happens with many of the policies and many of the laws we have. Over time, what we realize is that we do something decades ago, even centuries ago, that made sense back then with the technologies, with the social structures, with our political institutions, that made sense and that served as well. But over time, the planet started spinning faster, right? So everything changed. We need to understand that some mandates become archaic. They are not to be criticized, they are not to be hated, they are not to be called demonic or anything. They just, stop serving the initial purpose. And we need to understand what is now required from us. And that's the second teaching from the Little Prince in this part of the story. The Little Prince realized that the lamplighter was a great character, a great person, living in an amazing place, a place where you could witness 1,440 sunsets in 24 hours. A place where you can really enjoy, being alive, where you can enjoy beauty, where you can enjoy other things. So for many people, this planet spinning faster could be a tragedy because what we knew is no longer tenable. But when you have this different vision of the opportunities, and we have been speaking about these opportunities today, how creatives are now shaping the world, then we realize it's a good opportunity to have this possibility to witness 1,440 sunsets in a day. And that is part of what you can not see very often. I mean, many things are just away from the naked eye. And creativity is something we can touch. It's something we can't sometimes have in a hard way, but we can always feel it. We can always transmit it. And that's the purpose. I mean, when you have sunsets, when you have the colors of an island, when you have the local art here in St. Maartein, I hope it's the right way to say it, St. Maartein, you have the colors that can be projected by the local artists, people with the sensibility to understand what's beyond what can be seen, what can be felt beside the colors of the sea, beside the colors of our culture, our traditions, our institutions. It's also the kind of things that happens as a reaction to a situation. I mean, when we have these moments of crisis that put a lot of stress in the society, is creativity, is art, what comes out and help us understand what happened to us, help us to resignify the environment in which we live, help us to reconnect to each other and to move forward. Culture works both as a counselor to all of us, but also as a cheerleader that helps us move forward and keep going. And of course, we express our culture in many ways, but of course, music, dance, I mean, these expressions are great because they also perform a really important thing to our bodies. They move us. They make us feel alive. And when you have festivals, when we have the carnivals, when you have all these expressions that are immaterial heritage, they are our soul. They are our identity. The panum dance, this freedom dance, the rhythmic sounds of the tumba, the melodies of the calypso, the frenetic energy behind the soca, of course, the beautiful dances of salsa and merengue. We share so many things, but at the same time, this conversation that is generated through culture is important for us to define our objectives as a society, to define our aspirations, and to take action in order to achieve those objectives. And the thing is, we have to tell stories. We tell them through poetry, literature, through the oral traditions, but also we tell it through audiovisuals. We tell it through increasingly interactive means. And here is very important that we understand how come we are here. Because we are now in a world that stopped being unidirectional or bidirectional and is now multi-directional. It's interactive. We connect everything to everything with everybody all over the world simultaneously. And the thing is, let's go through a little, very short story of economics. This guy is Sean Fanning. For many in the field of economics around digital revolution, fourth industrial revolution, you could say that around 1999, something strange happens. The creation of Napster by Sean Fanning and Sean Parker was a pivotal moment because when you speak about economic revolutions, it usually comes directed from the top, coming from industry leaders implementing complex, new, expensive technologies. But what they did with Napster, they were showing that the new technologies could be applied decentralized by teenagers from their homes, right? Connecting people's computer to talk to each other. This P2P, peer-to-peer exchange of files was a revolution. Today we have small computers in our pocket doing everything that was completely unbelievable just 2 decades ago. This conversation between people through social media was completely unexpected, unforeseen just 20 years ago. These exchanges that today have us, all of us, struggling to understand what's the new technology, the new startup going to do, the new disruption going to do to our decision-making processes, to our economic activities, to our family or friends' relations, or to our social standings is part of that. And it all started about 250 years ago, when the Industrial Revolution started helping us, not for the first time, but for the first time in an organized and massive fashion to use the power of the air, the power of the water, and the power of steam in order to enhance our physical power. And that started about the late 1700s. That was the first industrial revolution. Then we had a second industrial revolution. In many ways, so far, the most dramatic in how we organize our societies. The latest one, we're still seeing that. But electricity allowed for a decentralization of the application of that power. First in factories, but also in the fields and in transportation. Having these little combustion engines, the ability to decentralize the generation of power and to move it around was a major transformation. It altered everything, our communication and our way to do things. And that actually led, of course, to the possibility of mass production and mass distribution of many things, starting with the creation of the film industry because of these moving images we call cinema. But also, then we had, at the middle of the 20th century, a communications revolution. We had the computers starting to become something important for companies and for governments, and it allowed for what we call today, in many ways, globalization. This connectivity of machines, this connectivity of value chains across many countries, this possibility of decentralize, even more automatize a lot of processes. And this was dominant until the late 20th century. But what we have today, as we already saw with Sean Parker, is a revolution that is not about the new technology. It's about mentality. It's about how we use what we have in our hands. It's about how we, with creativity and resourcefulness and innovation, enhance all of those technologies and connect them in different ways that served in a decentralized and a very disruptive way, I have to say. This is also a revolution that is coming very close with an understanding of our biology. The genetic code being cracked about 23, 24 years ago is now very easy to access. And this is going to probably lead to a major revolution in how we live, how long we live. And when you think about that, this might alter the way we understand the world in many ways. If today we live for a media of 75 to 80 years, imagine by actually, customizing health management and your medicaments and your treatments, that might actually expand your life standards to 120, 150, 200 years. And you might think that's interesting, you get time to do a couple more PhDs, learn a couple more languages, maybe enjoy, the possibility of travel around the world. But think about, having your in-laws alive for another 50 to 60 years. That's a different conversation, right? So the thing is, changes are not only happening in how we communicate, it's how long we live and how healthy we live. There's also an important technology that I cannot stress enough its importance, 3D printing. We are used to see 3D printing like this, something very solid, something very basic that it's, that's fun. It can be, the replica of a historic site or something like that. But what the most modern 3D printers are attempting to achieve is actually electronics. It's much more complex. It's pieces that can only be produced in very complicated, very specialized places today. But increasingly, this is allowing for the decentralization of many, many things. And over time, this is one of the key technologies for humans to be able to travel to faraway places. Because today we live in a world in which, in many cases, we have this just-in-time, production for certain things. But in general terms, if you think about big markets and most places, what you have is just in case. There's always an inventory of things in case they are needed, right? But 3D printers have the potential to create organs. They have the potential to create complex electronics, pieces that can be produced pretty much out of nowhere in one place. That's the ability to connect with many, many things. And that's going to revolutionize many things. And another thing is going on is an ecologic transformation around agriculture. And these are projects about vertical agriculture. So many of the fields we are used to see as where we grow food, they are going to remain there. But a lot more food is going to be produced inside the cities in very specialized facilities with a lot less water, a lot less energy, and no humans or very few humans involved. This is going to be good in many ways. It's also going to be challenging in other ways. This is everything that is changing, or most of what is changing right now, and that revolution is placing us as people in a very weird situation. Most of these things don't need us directly. What are we going to do? Well, we need to be creative. Because as you can see, the people involved in agriculture has been going down for 2 centuries now and going probably to remain real low for the rest of the millennia. Manufacturing is going to keep reducing its impact in job generation. Service is going up. But a lot of services are being automated in many, many ways. So we need to be creative, and we need to see beyond what is, the usual, what we can see with the eyes, as the Little Prince invites us to see. It's about not seeing the hat. It's about seeing that there's an elephant that is being eaten by a boa constrictor. And when we see that, then we start realizing that we are in a crossroads. And these crossroads, I like to explain with this story of the Cherokee people. I don't know if you or any of you know this story, but this is the story of an elder who is talking to his grandchildren. And he's explaining that in his interior, inside himself, and inside every person, even them, little children, there's a terrible fight. It's a fight to the death between two wolves. One wolf is the wolf of darkness, is the wolf of hatred, is the wolf of fear, is the wolf of hopelessness. The other wolf is the wolf of light, is the wolf of love, is the wolf of hope, is the wolf of collaboration. And then one of the grandchildren, a little girl, says, Granddad, but which wolf is going to win this battle? And of course, the grandpa, with his care, with his love, with his wisdom, says to the little girl, the wolf that you feed. So the thing is, we are in the middle of a situation where we have to decide, are we going to feed a wolf of fear because of all of these disruptions and changes? Or are we going to take the opportunities and feed the wolf of, okay, how we can enhance our human attributes? Because when we live in a world in which machines are ever better at being machines, we need to make sure that humans are ever better at being humans. And that means let's harness our creativity. But that is not going to happen because, because we just say it happens. It's not going to be magical. There's not going to be a magic wand to do that. We need to have a strategy. We need to understand dynamics. We need to understand that the world is spinning faster now. And because of that, we need to then see which of our understandings and approaches need evolution, connect with these new realities, these new technologies, and come up with new options. In Colombia, we have these 7 strategies, the 7 I's, the 7 ideas: information, institutions, infrastructure, industry, integration, inclusion, and inspiration. I'm going to open up and to do a little bit of zooming on 2 of these I's. The first I want to introduce is industry. We are here with creatives and entrepreneurs of these cultural and creative industries. And when you think about how difficult it is to do that, it's always challenging. I mean, you are answering a calling from your heart. As the Prime Minister noticed, it's what you want to do, it's what makes you happy, it's what fulfills you, right? But where are the tools? I mean, what tools you need in order to be able to follow your dream and to build a life, to build a future, and to make a living out of that talent? Well, I like to make a parallel between being an entrepreneur and learning to skate. Because when you are learning to skate, something is going to happen for sure. You are going to fall, right? I mean, you are going to suffer. You are going to fail. And that's part of life. I mean, when you are trying to attempt to be a poet, whether you are a little girl or you're already a grown-up man, right? Your first poem is gonna be bad. Your first attempt at having, a good photograph taken is not going to be properly taken. Your first attempt at trying to go and do something is always going to fail. It's practice, it's iteration what makes it happen. And for that, you need 3 things. I'm not going to give you specific policies. I don't want to bore you with all of those regulations, but the principles when you are thinking about developing an industry. You will need, of course, for sure, you're going to need a caring parent. You know, I mean, if you try to do something, you are an entrepreneur, and you come to your family and friends saying, I want to create a company, a big company. I have a dream, you know, I have a vision that is going to make artistic ice creams. Something, what is that? And people laugh at you, and you go and try and you fail. And people say, you see, you are an idiot. You see, you are a failure. You should have just pursued that job as everybody else pursue a job everywhere, you know? And that's not helping, because the thing is, you just have tried something very difficult. You have done something daring. You have done something with cunning, and you have, you know, step forward and take a risk. So the first thing you need is to make sure that there's, you know, a helping hand. Somebody that can tell you, it's okay to fail. Now, get up and try again. I mean, if you are told that you are wrong every time you make a mistake, and that because of that you have to renounce all your dreams, your visions and ambitions, that's not going to help anybody. You need to make sure that the policies, that the society at large is a society that accepts people trying and failing. And then to a degree, you know, I mean, there needs to be some sanction. I made you fail. It's okay. I mean, learn something, but get up and do something with that learning. The second thing you are going to need, trust me. Yeah?
Madam Prime Minister, excuse me.
Okay.
Madam Prime Minister, I have to leave. Thank you so very much for being here. And the Minister of Justice, thank you. Thank you so much for allowing me to interrupt you. Have a wonderful day, and thank you for being at our 5th creative industry.
Thank you very much. Okay, so you had this first thing, is you need to make sure that society and policies are there for you in order to cheer you up, to let you understand that failure is not terminal. So you can learn and move on. The second thing you're going to need is to understand, because you are going to fall, right? You might hurt you. I mean, when you are trying to do something like this that is risky, creating a company, you are putting your reputation, you are putting your financial resources and your time on the line. And if you fail, if you fall when you are trying to do skating, and you break your knee, or you have a very, you know, a bad injury in your head, it's going to take a very long time for you to get up again and try it again. And you actually may get a bit fearful of trying again. That's when you need to have some sort of financial cushions, supports. This is not speaking about fully subsidizing or fully covering losses for people from government or from the society. What you need to understand is maybe having, you know, schemes like reduced rates for special loans for entrepreneurship can help. I mean, that reduces the damage that can be caused by taking the risk of creating a company. When you have grants that allow people to experiment beforehand certain ideas, before having, you know, going full-fledged into developing them and assuming all the risks, you reduce the risks. Now, you cannot make people, you cannot make companies addicted to it. But if you have a good balance on how, you know, you cushion the fall, but also let the fall teach people lessons, then you have a more dynamic environment. And finally, you need an environment where you can skate. Because having a helping hand, having, you know, the helmet, having the protections is important. But if around you there are no parks, there are no open streets, or everything is full of obstacles for you to do the things, that's complicated. So you need to make sure that creating a company is not going to take 100 days. It's not going to require 100 signatures by people who who do not understand what you are trying to do. You don't need people, getting in the way of you trying to try new things. Regulations that maybe were good in the past to protect something or to take care of something, but that today are not adequate for a world that spins faster. So you need an environment that facilitates people getting together. Entrepreneurs knowing creatives, creatives knowing people in the government, governments understanding the needs of the people and streamlining the processes of being creative, being entrepreneurial, and getting together. You need an ecosystem where there's care, protection, and the possibility to skate as fast as you can. Because it's not the responsibility of a government to say how far you can get. That's actually your responsibility, to go as far and as fast as possible with some support, with an enabling environment, but also for the benefit of a society that needs you to be successful. Then we have another I. And this is the I of inspiration. And it's very weird to start to see the world of inspiration from an oil perspective when we are speaking about creativity, right? Because you have here, this is Gabar. Gabar, one of the facilities in Gabar. Gabar is the very big, green spot in the middle. That's the largest oil field in the world in Saudi Arabia. From Gabar, you get 5 million barrels of oil extracted every day. That's massive. Nowhere in the world that much oil is produced. It's about 400 kilometers long, by the way. So it's dozens, if not hundreds of facilities in order to manage this elephant-sized deposit of oil reserves in the world. That's why Saudi Arabia has so much power in terms of controlling oil fluctuations, because of Gabar. The thing is, when you are trying to do oil, you first need to find the oil. You need to find these deposits. You need to understand how they are, how deep, what kind of oil you have, right? What happens with talent? I mean, when you have a society full of talent, and that talent has not been, looked for, has not been kind of understood, it's like having oil under the earth that you don't know you have. It's a resource that is not only not exploited, it's unexploitable. You don't understand it, you don't know it. So the first thing, if you want to inspire creatives, you need to understand them. You need to try to see why creatives see the world in a different way. What motivates them? What's making their hearts beat? You need to go and do, like in oil, you need to do prospection. You need to find, what is inspiring them. Now, you need to also understand that there's not only one kind of talent. And when you see this image, you all think Robert Downey Jr., right? Papacito. But the thing I like Iron Man, aside that is very entertaining, is that that's the movie with the longest list of people involved. 3,109 people made that happen. Were required for that image to communicate what it communicates. But 3,108 were not Robert Downey Jr., right? And how many were also actors? Maybe a couple dozen, right? That's the people you see. For real, creative, complex, creative communication and products, you need many, many talents. You need people who understand sound. And here we have Churchy and his team making this happen, right? You need people managing lights. You need people managing special effects. You need people managing makeup artists. But you also need logistics. transportation, catering. My point is, when you have a conversation about the importance of instilling more creativity from schools, a big objection is, you want everybody to be an artist? No. But I want everybody to live up to his talents or her talents. And that means when you have a vocation that is compatible with making creativity become a great product, a great service, a great good, then you have a great opportunity. Because people have many talents, and when you put those talents together, you can make great products and great things happen. So this is the best important. You need to understand the kinds of talents you have and how they can talk to each other in order to create a more creative world. Then, after you have searched for your talent or for the oil, right, what do you need to do? You need to extract it from the earth. And you need to inject gas or water, or sometimes just because of gravity or for other pressures, it comes out. But when you have talent, it's not just, taking it out. What you do with talent is you need to, in a way, unleash the talent. And the thing is, we are very used to understand education as a very rational thing, and I'm an economist. I love mathematics, and since I was a kid, I was in love with numbers. But I was also interested in other things. But education and many elements of the conversation about how to develop people's abilities tend to focus on repetitive and rational aspects of our learning. But oftentimes, our creative side, our less predictable results of the learning process are not considered. Here's when you need the STEAM. Well, this has been an ongoing conversation, but about 23, 24 years ago, right when the digital revolution was starting to be part of the language and conversation, there was a big meeting and a big movement of very smart people that came up with the idea of the STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, as a priority for education. And they were right, actually. They were spot on. But then a group of also very smart and very important and creative people, and the one I learned the most from, Sir Ken Robinson, they say, yeah, you're missing an A, the A for arts and design. That's important, so it should be a STEM, right? STEM, STEAM. I don't know. Yeah, I will be complicated with that. And the thing is I like to break up the A in A and D, because arts in this equation works a little bit more like science and mathematics, is discovery, while design is application, like engineering, right, and technology. So I like to do STEM. But in the last couple of weeks, I've been having conversations where I have learned that I'm still, this is still missing something. It's missing an S for sports. And the reason this is important is because when you think about these STEMs, right, you find there that there's hard and soft skills. I prefer to call the soft skills essential skills. It's about teamwork. It's about critical thinking. It's about being creative in problem solving. It's about remaining a child. When they say that a creative adult is a child that has survived, right? And we're going to see a little bit of that in a minute. My point here is we need to make sure that we unleash the talents as best as we can. If we're going to do policy around the creative economy, we need to understand first to do the prospect, but then give the tools for people, for kids to come out with their talents and share what they have inside. Then, what do you do with oil? You refine it. How do you refine it? Well, refineries. That's simple enough, right? Now, we tend to think about refineries in a very simple way. Most people understand oil in a very, monodirectional way, and they think it's oil equals, gas, and gas means a car moves. That's wrong. I mean, maybe about 40% of the oil turns out in electricity or energy of some fashion. But more than half of the oil is essential for many, many other things. For starters, fertilizers. I mean, about 2/3 of the world population could not be fed without fertilizers produced from hydrocarbons. Medicines, plastics, rubber, means thousands of products come from one single source. And the same thing happens with creatives. I mean, a creative might have a great talent, great, drive for creation, but what it's inside can be refined in so many ways. And the thing is, how you refine talent. You challenge it. You take a little girl with a talent for dance, or a little boy with a talent for histrionics, and it's pretty much like having a vine. I mean, if you take somebody and you just, spoil that person and tell them that everything is easy and you are the best and nobody can contradict you, it's very likely you are not going to be very good at creating anything, leading anything, or actually understanding yourself better. But when you have a good vine, what do? You have a soil that has enough nutrients, for you to keep going, access to light, access to water, enough quantities to develop a character. That's why probably, I'm venturing here in a very difficult terrain, that's why probably the struggling artist metaphor is important. I mean, it's very difficult to understand society without feeling the pains of the society. This is not me saying, let the artists, rot and die of hunger so they will be better. No, no, no. Remember, we need protections. We need a caring society. But it's not by making things super easy that we are going to make creatives be purposeful or to develop the best, most creative contents. The thing is, struggle is a very important part of the creative process, because the struggle comes from the need to adapt, to grow, to understand new circumstances. We are living in struggling times, as we saw at the beginning. We are engaging in so many changes at personal, family, community, city, nation level, world level, because of health, because of social networks, because of divisive politics, because of technologies that are making things both easier and more complicated at the same time. So this challenging environment is a great opportunity. So if we irrigate the talent of young people with enough water, with enough nutrients, with enough sunlight, these creative people we have, the creative youth we have, are going to develop a character that understands better the world we are living in and will come up with the creative products, the creative ideas that can create, the next generation of creative expressions. And I say next generation because one of the interesting things about culture and creativity is, for a very long time, entertainment was pretty much limited, to the occasional troupe coming around, and doing some theater. But then they created theaters and amphitheaters, and it became a more serious endeavor. But then over time, it came the printing press, and we had books. And then we had photography. And then we had films. And now we have the internet. But every new technology that, in a way, replaces a previous technology, in creativity, it does not happen what happens in other sectors. Because poetry, theater, painting, films have not disappeared because of the new technologies. They evolved they adapt, they start performing other functions for society. So we have now the possibility of having not one, but many expressions, artistic and creative expressions, that allow us to communicate in different languages, in different ways, to each other. We need to understand this ecology, because what happens when you have a community strong in visual arts, I mean, it's important to have the community, and it's important to keep it healthy, but what that community of visual arts can teach a new generation that is engaged in the digital world on how to translate the lessons, the understandings, the reflections of these visual arts into new forms of expression that can come from, social networking to more interactive kinds of approach. You can see amazing jobs of digital art from Korea. Young people connecting visual arts with new technologies, and they have these amazing works that evolve during the day. I mean, having a work of art that has, 1 or 1,440 sunsets in a day, it's interesting. I mean, it's opportunities that we need to understand. And finally, what you do with the creative product. I mean, you have already, investigated your creatives, you have unleashed their talents, you have refined their minds and their ideas, and you need at the end it to be consumed. Because if your art is only for yourself, that's amazing, it's a great hobby to have, but it's not really changing or impacting society, at least not in the short term, in a meaningful way. And certainly is very unlikely to benefit you personally, at least in economic terms. Probably in emotional and spiritual terms, for sure. But you need this art to go out. It can be consumed market way. You create a painting, you create a song, you create a photograph, you create a product, and you sell it in the marketplace. Or it can be part of a non-market approach to consumption, which can be a festival sponsored by the government or by a private patron that people can access for free. No, it's not free. Somebody's paying for it, but people can enjoy it without having to pay for it. You have market and non-market. Both are great. And you need both if you want to have a great environment for creativity and for the society to connect to each other. You need people, to access spaces that show them new things, that educate them in consuming different contents. At the same time, you need creatives receiving this market signaling of what people is interested in. So there's a communication that helps actually to keep a healthy creative economy. Here is the worst way of consuming, which is wasting. This is why we intuitively feel it's so painful if a book is destroyed, if a library is burned down, because it's a waste. And if you have, this is the Deepwater Horizon. It was a big tragedy. 5 million barrels of oil were spilled in the Mexican Gulf. That's 1 day of production of gabar. That's about 5%, 6% of the world production in a day was spilled in the sea. The massive destruction and affectation of environments. That's what happens if we destroy a library. That's what happens when we are indifferent to the destruction of a theater or to the disappearance of a heritage or a carnival, because it's a waste. And the damage goes beyond what you can see. But when you consume creativity, something really, really, really special happens. If you were 8 years old, and I was asking you, what is this and what you can do with that, in 1 minute you will come up with anything between 10 and 15 ideas. But because you are adults and you are not scared of my elephant being eaten by a boa, you are unlikely to come with more than 6 in a minute. And the reason is we are educated. We have experience. We have been, in a way, told not to approach the world in certain ways because, of course, because it's harmful. We learn by repetition what works and what doesn't. And what doesn't work, we just think, we never think about that again. So we refuse the idea of thinking that we can eat this, right? Because for us, we know we have already done that, and we probably ended up in the dentist, expensive job, parents very, upset because they're spending money on your stupid mistake of trying to bite a clip. But a kid says, it can be made of candy or of chocolate. I mean, when I show you the clip, I just show you the clip. I'm not saying it's made of metal, right? The kid is not going to assume that. We assume that because of the color and because we know the shape, and as a matter of fact, we use it in such a specific way daily, it's very hard for us to think out of the box for that. And the reason I say this is the consumption of creativity has to be as rich and as diversified as it has to be in terms of creation. When we try to push on people that the only way to understand music is classical music, or only, traditional music, or only a specific literature forms, or specific dances, what we are telling people is you are not smart enough to consume it the way you want. And one of the interesting things about the consumption of culture is that just like from the inside we feel very different about cultural expressions, we are touched and we are changed in different ways when we enter in contact with cultural expressions. When we contact a group of musicians, sometimes, it's okay to be bored. It might be, upsetting for the musicians, but if you are bored, you are probably, in a way, making a good service to them, helping them understand some people are not going to be interested in your art, right? For you, it's also a good opportunity to see why I'm bored, what I am not understanding about it. And it might not be the music. It might be the place you are trying to enjoy it, right? If I go to a loud bar and I'm tired, do I want to be in a very noisy place, when I need to relax? No, you need to understand yourself. The consumption, the inspiration you can derive from culture is important. This is why you need to make sure that policies engage in having different infrastructures, different spaces. And that's why you need also the society to develop different places and different options for people to access culture. It's not only about, having great artists with great grants. It's the artist having the different spaces and the society meeting them in different places. It's diversification of opportunities. So the thing is, very often we see a theater. What's a theater good for? We think to go and watch a play. Can it be also a play for people to, play something else? Or for people to learn about poetry? For people to learn about mathematics? For a group of marine biologists to go and try to create a map of what they have learned and then try to share it with the community? My point is, let's try not to be limited in how we understand our means for consumption of culture. We need to be creative, and I think that's something a government is never going to do right. That's something that has to be done by entrepreneurs. That's something that has to be done by the creativity and the need to adapt and the possibility of involving new technologies. A theater, as we learned in the pandemic, can be in the house of everybody through the internet. A theater can be a great space for cooking lessons about traditional dishes. A theater can be a great space for people to get together back again after a difficult time and share stories where the audience is actually the protagonist of a moment. So my point is, let's be creative about how we use what we have, because more and more is not often the thing. So the point here is, and the question with which I want to leave you is, are you seeing a problem with the shape of a hat, or are you seeing an opportunity the size of an elephant? Thank you very much. And selfie time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Philippe. All right, so now we're going to do Q&A segments. You have the opportunity to ask Dr. Philippe some questions. There are mics throughout the room. We have approximately, 30 minutes, 15 to 30 minutes for this particular segment. So there's a mic here and another mic over there. Those two are good for you, right? Perfect. So the floor is open for Q&A. I'm going to definitely invite you back here. Sorry? Yes. So let's open the floor for questions. Please walk to the mic. Not everyone at once. This was a very thorough presentation, keynote address, where quite a bit of questions could have been asked or pulled out from. So we'd like to open the floor. Can the first person come to the mic? And we have one. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Morena Ignacio. And the question is, I know we are all basically adults here, so that receive this wonderful information that you shared today. But from what age group will you start to educate or pass on the similar information, same information that you passed on today? ¿A qué edad comienza a dar personas más jóvenes la presentación que tú daste hoy?
Ah, okay. That would be nice, yeah. I'd love to. Thank you. Well, the thing is, some ideas, especially in policy making, are like the principle. They can be very complex in understanding them. You need to make sure that when you talk to younger people, try not to indoctrinate them in one way of seeing the things, but try to let them get engaged by questioning things. With kids, I found that it's probably best to try to sit with them and do the research together. Kids are amazing at absorbing information, and as adults, we tend to be very impatient. So what we want is to give them an answer, and what they really need is an understanding of how to find answers. So I am pretty sure that great kids are right now learning important things, and that if they are properly guided, they will find better answers that I could ever find. And I hope that happens, because I think this is a moving thing. I mean, this is society and economics are so complex in the sense of so many little things happening at the same time. At the very time, they are very simple. It's try to keep adapting and reflecting on what's going on. Kids are great at making questions, especially because they make questions that seem dumb for most people, and in reality are very, very smart. And the thing is, I remember Carl Sagan saying, when a kid asks you why the grass is green, most people says, don't ask obvious stuff. Grass is always green, right?
Yes, sure.
The right answer is, well, I don't know. Let's try to find out together. And if at some point, by helping the kid try to understand why the grass is green, you cannot find an answer with him or with her, you can always say, maybe you are the person that is going to find out why it's green, right? And the thing with the creative economy is the same. We are so much into the formal conversation and into the given answers that have been built, especially during the 20th century, about how arts and culture should be managed, that we have been forgetting to ask the children's questions of so many things we don't really understand, and maybe leaving those questions for the next generation to help us build better answers. Because what I can tell you is, I have had this conversation about subsidies, for instance. Subsidies is a very touchy issue in a country like Colombia, in many places, because the solution, everybody says, is let's do subsidies because they work for arts and culture. And you say, yeah, I mean, you can check some evidence and you can see that in some countries, governments have pulled very strong subsidy systems. And they have good results to show in some areas. But then again, when you dig deeper, you also find troubles. And then you have other countries that have different systems. And those systems tend to solve other issues, but they leave other areas not properly covered. The point is, every society needs to have a good conversation about this and make children's questions to understand what's going to work better. Not perfect, but better than what we have today. And that's the thing, is a kid could ask you, why do you need a subsidy? And people say, oh, I need a subsidy because I'm an artist. No, let's try to understand why. I mean, where's the compelling case for society as a whole to divert resources that could be used in infrastructure, education, justice, security, for you in particular? I'm not saying it's not worth it. I'm saying is we need better answers, because people increasingly demand those answers in the political spectrum. We need to understand, we need to make the children's questions about what we take for granted in terms of policy and come with better answers, and then learn from that and build better systems. So I know I deviate a little bit from your question, but my point is, if we involve children in these conversations, involve them with no patronizing, and actually trying to see that just like they can see better uses for a clip, maybe they can help us remember the questions we are not asking ourselves.
Sure. Thank you very much.
No, my pleasure.
Thank you for that question. Are there any more questions? Oh, sure.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Colette Jones-Jin. I'm a hopeless creative and also an educator of the arts. I teach kids how to get involved in the creative industry and the business of the performing arts. And I teach them everything I know about how to get involved, but I myself don't know. I mean, I try, I put on shows, I do things, I try to teach people how to be creative, how to use the arts in terms of teaching through the arts, how to get outside the box and think and do things, but me, myself, and my kids can't take it further. It's like we don't have the necessary means. So how do we get this money? It's like, we try, but it's not going anywhere. The kids themselves throw it back at me and say, but miss, how are we getting started with all these projects? It's like we have these ideas, we create all our proposals, we know what to do, we go to sponsors, but nobody is helping. How do we move forward? And that's always my cry in the Caribbean, like, how do we get past this little stage of you know, doing the little backyard theater, doing the little cottage theater, cottage industries, the little things we do. We are not moving. It's like we just go around in circles. I mean, I know the answer, you know, but I need more. Like, what do we do? How do we tell them that this is a way in which we can live? Because I've lived that way all my life, but I'm poor. You know what I'm saying? I've always been a creative since I was born. I move around the entire world doing this, but this is where I'm at. This is all I have, me and my creativity. And most of the kids are telling you the same thing, but teacher, we can't make a living out of this. We make a living to a point, but we are not getting further, if you know what I'm saying. So we need, I think, more help in how to become successful entrepreneurs. Not to be rich. We can be rich, yes, if we want to be rich already in culture, we're rich in what we do. But like, to get to where the businessman is, to be like Motu World, or to be like somebody else that's in another type of business other than the creative industry. So this is where I think we need help. I don't know if everybody else agrees. You know?
Well, that's, I mean, finance, access to finance is one of the most complicated aspects of it. We were just talking about how if the financing is going to come from a public source, are we making the right questions and providing the complete right answers in order to justify the use of public resources for it? Because we take for granted, oh yeah, arts and culture are important, so government should put more money there. And that sounds right? But the thing is, do we understand the whys? Do we understand the best or better hows on how to do that? Because in my experience, you can see that 25 years ago, in Colombia, we created the Ministry of Culture. And back then, before the ministry, we had the National Agency for Culture, called Cultura, that worked relatively well for 40 years, but was not as intrusive or generous in terms of policy or in terms of resources. But with the creation of the ministry, we tried to create some grants programs. And the thing is, when you created the ministry in '97, some sort of survey about 25, 30, you know, traditional theaters were identified. So we created a program called Salas Concertadas, and we put some money there. And the thing is, they were few, right? They were traditional, so people knew the whole aspect. It was relatively easy to justify, you know, having some public money to keep these theaters open. But there was no technical construction about the why, and there was not understanding on a what for and how to distribute the funds. 24 years later, you have identified in the country more than 300 theaters that could accommodate the definitions of '97. And you have a better understanding of other spaces for similar arts, like circuses. So circuses in Colombia have evolved from being, you know, the lion and the contortionist to more like mobile theaters with acrobatics, which is interesting. It's an amazing creative new art form that we did not have 30 years ago, but today is very important, especially for isolated communities. Even the army has 4 circuses. That's the level of the thing. But we were doing the same things as in '97. So the thing is, because I'm an economist, I was well aware of the research in the '60s about what is called the cost disease of the performing arts. So I say, show me what we have, what we are doing in terms of this Salas Concertadas program, and they showed me that we were helping something like 85, 80 theaters. And I say, okay, give me the main characteristics of each theater, and let's try to see if we can find a pattern. And what I found is that because of these informal origins of the program, I had relatively small theaters of very active people, very political, very loud, getting relatively good money, and other theaters serving more isolated communities, receiving less money, and having actually a better, engagement with the community. I said, let's try to find patterns. So size, tradition, right? And through that, what we did is we built for the first time an economic rationale that there was this cost disease, because as the whole economy was becoming more productive, the cost of labor tends to go up. But the same technologies that make manufacturing, agriculture, or banking more productive are not equally effective at making more productive the people in theater. If anything else, you need more people for more complex forms of theater after 50 or 60 years of evolution of it, rather than less. So your costs go up. So what I built was the rationale of why government funds and why the society needs to make an extra effort. I managed to almost triple the funds to cover not 90, but 250, including about 40 circuses, and redistributing the money based on technical aspects. So how old was the theater in functioning was important. I wanted to respect that some theaters were there for a longer time, even if they were small. But I also started to put value on if they were in capital cities or in non-capital cities. I wanted to privilege the access of people to theater outside of Bogotá, Medellín, and Cali. And I also wanted to give, extra money for larger theaters. And there was another thing. The original program, because it had no rationale, was in a way like the government buying in advance presentations. So I was not giving you money for the theater. I was doing something very weird. I was giving you money on the condition that you made plays. And I was like, that's ridiculous, because if you have a theater and you are a group of theater artists, you do theater. I mean, that's what motivates you. I mean, that's what you want to do. Do I have to tell you to do what you want to do? No. What you need to understand is what you need is money to cover up for costs of maintenance, services, right? And probably social payments that you need to make for the people working in the theater, because in 1997, in Colombia, we had no social network. I mean, we were just starting to create a safety net for health and pensions. So it was not mandatory, but today is mandatory. So new costs that were created for the society as a whole, that were able to be absorbed by manufacturing, agriculture, and everybody, but not by theaters, were not part of the equation. So why it changes the equation? By understanding what's behind. So this long explanation is, you have a problem because you have the kids who are trying to train them into do the thing. There's not going to be one solution, because it all depends on what they want or what they want to do or achieve. If what they want to achieve is, for instance, just a creation of a local reflection that can engage the community and strengthen the social fabric, that's one kind of approach. That's probably a non-for-profit approach that requires relatively little resources, because people will, in a way, work for free, but they need money for costumes, they need money to pay for equipment, they need money to pay for some trainers, right? but maybe others will want to do entrepreneurship. And for entrepreneur, somebody that goes for profit, maybe it's not right that I put some subsidy in that way. Maybe what I need to do is to find a way to have a relationship with a good bank, you know, and put a subsidy on the rate at which that bank can lend to this entrepreneur for that purpose. I managed to do both in Colombia, you know, to understand the theater, to understand the communities, and distribute the money. But my point is, you need to do the hard work of understanding the different uses, because some uses and some initiatives are not for profit, some are for profit. It's not the same answer to both. And inside non-profit are different things that require different approaches, and in for-profit as well. So depending on things, you have to come up with ideas. My point here is you need to do the hard work of sitting down, mapping out what are the needs, and have a compromise in how you're going to address them. Because if you want to come up with the biggest plan that in the next day is going to have a huge budget to distribute in a specific way, it's not going to happen. But you have a step-by-step process. Let's say a 10-year plan to start activating these activities, then these activities, then these activities is going to be faster. And if you can use tax breaks, subsidized rates for loans, and so that actually irrigates more money than if you expect to have full government support for cultural activities. You need a combination. It's not one solution. It's a set of solutions, a set of tools that combined, and you need to keep tweaking them, will make it better. But it's not going to be easy. It's just, but I understand your problem, and everything is the same everywhere in the world.
Thank you so much.
No, my pleasure.
And my solution, I gather, well, I know this from before, it's just that we as creatives are not taught how to manage money. In the Caribbean especially, we are not taught how to manage money. We are not taught how to be entrepreneurs. So it's now a new thing where in school we're teaching them the business of the creative industry. So yes, I agree. And this is where I think we need to go, where we need to teach ourselves, because we are already in it for 40 million years. We're old. But we need to, yes, teach the kids and disseminate this knowledge of business, where they need to know how to divide it, as you said, from being a philanthropist and being a professional entrepreneur. Yeah?
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
And I have something to comment there because I forgot about it. There's also the non-financial tools for finance. And the thing is, when I was starting to engage with the creative economy 23 years ago approximately, I met Calvin Taylor from the Leeds University. And in the dramatic arts program of Leeds back in 2001, yeah, sure, you have to take your acting lessons, you know, and do these immersions and super complicated connection with your body and your mind that I cannot do. But they had, aside from the expression and creation mandatory classes, they had 3 functional mandatory courses. One, you're going to learn a little more with Erica later, intellectual property. Yes. If you don't know the value of what you do, nobody is going to value it for yourself.
Yes.
The second thing they learned is accounting.
Yes.
They were forced. I mean, you're in dramatic arts. What do you need to do? Accounting. Why? I don't like numbers. Yeah, but you want to eat, right? You want to pay your bills. Do accounting. Don't mix the money of your business with your money. And the third thing, marketing. And the reasoning was, it's not that we want our dramatic artists to be business people or to be entrepreneurs per se, but we need to make sure that they have the basic skills, the basic tools of entrepreneurship to have a good conversation with a lawyer. And the understanding that they need money coming in an organized way, right? And that they might need a manager. I mean, if you are going to be in the business of culture, in the business of creativity, maybe you are not the business side of the equation, you are the talent, right? So try to find people that value what you do, but that are great at managing talent. Because you don't see J.K. Rowling, you know, making decisions on how, on how to market Harry Potter. That's for specialists, right? Her business is to write and to present the writing. But somebody else takes care of the logistics of producing the movies. Somebody else takes care of the engineering and the logistics of building up the thematic parks. At a small scale, it happens the same. I mean, when you have, and we have this still in Colombia in a big way, and it's something I constantly criticize. When you have this amazing creative, you know, it's a film lover, and has written a script, or has been written a script for the last 20 years, right? And manages to get some funding. And is the director, the producer, the screenplayer, is also the protagonist. You know, I mean, maybe the idea and the script was great, the movie is bad. Because nobody is doing anything specialized. And you find the same thing with theater. You have the director is in charge of the entrance, is in charge of catering, is in charge of lights. It does not work. I mean, you need to, I mean, even if it's for enjoyment, try to find people who wants to try and train on skills that are in sound, in lighting, get volunteers. I mean, actually, that's a good way to get people. And I remember, even though I'm not in the creative side, as I said, I'm an economist, I did do theater when I was in high school. And several plays, actually. But our teacher director, when we were doing the one in the final grade, she was, we need a play with many people on scene. It's not easier just to have, you know, 3 people and direct 3 people. I said, yes, but I want people to watch this. And every person I can involve into the production and the acting is more families and friends coming to see the play. So we had that. We had the Man of La Mancha. We had 10 guys, 16 girls, right? But we had also volunteers doing all the backstage works and volunteers for everything. So we had about 50 people involved. Because we had 50 people involved, we managed to get almost 2,000 people to come and watch the film, the play. So that's the thing, is sometimes the problem is a vision and an understanding on how people get engaged. Not because I have a great creative product in my mind that I can see and maybe my best friend can understand, people outside are going to notice it. But if you involve people, right, you not only get better feedback, you actually may end up understanding better what you're trying to do. You will involve more people that will become multipliers of your message, what you're trying to achieve, and that will bring better crowds. Non-for-profit, you are going to inspire more people about the social issue you are trying to raise. For-profit, you are going to get more consumers willing to pay for an entrance or to buy a product that you have. So this is in a way, it's a game of numbers, not financial. But if you are trying to do culture to inspire, make sure you reach your target audience, the people, your public, the people, the community you want to engage with. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for that. Are there any other questions? The floor is still
Erika.
open. Yeah?
So thank you for a very, very excellent presentation. I don't know if it's really a question or observation. I can't articulate it very well, but in the Caribbean, what's happening is every island is now saying that the cultural and creative industries are an economic pillar that they're focused on developing. And my issue concerns the ability to be internationally competitive. I understand the need to promote creativity broadly. I understand protecting and promoting your cultural heritage. But for example, I work in music, and even if we go with saying, okay, we will prioritize certain subsectors, music, for example, is often identified, and I think it may be because it's so visible and it's sexy, and a lot of people are just interested in music. But when I consider that Spotify gets 100,000 uploads daily, the question is, how do we, first of all, is it that how do we determine we should focus on the cultural and creative industries? And how do we, if we do that, given that we have very scarce resources, how do we move towards being truly competitive on the global stage? Maybe I'm anticipating one of your workshops, but this is something that I struggle a bit with. Thank you.
Well, there's no easy answer for that, because everything is a case-by-case situation. But as a general rule, I'm afraid that a big part of the global conversation has been simplified to a point where it's more confusing than helpful for decision making. So of course, understanding the value of creativity, the importance to harness the talent of the young people and to connect it with the economy, the cultural and creative economy is one of the main ways to do that. It's not the only one. Certainly in smaller populations, the situation is more complicated because the competition of this human factor is even more complex to deal with. Probably part of the oversimplification is trying to oversell the idea that if you do this, you will automatically get, international impact and recognition. It may happen, but I would be careful not to have that as the purpose. My point being, for a country like Colombia, 52 million people, it's very difficult to compete globally. We have managed to do that, not because we are trying to compete globally, but because of a series of situations, we end up developing a very dynamic cultural and creative industries inside the country. And that, in a way, has allowed several, not many, but few Colombians, enough Colombians, to be noticed in international circuits. So in a way, with Shakira, Carlos Vives, Maluma, J Balvin, we have been lucky that our inner workings have allowed them to develop their talents and to develop those talents in such a way that is interestingly at the commercial level for the big companies. Because without a major company, it's very, you don't have the capital to invest in the marketing required for reaching that. Not because you invest the money, you are going to get the result. You need to have the talent and you need to have the process. So my point is, let's try not to have the whole international thing as an objective. It might be a desired result for the occasional person with that vocation, because most creatives do not have that vocation. Most creatives want to do their art and try to do it with as less influence or direction from external sources. But some are more inclined for entertainment, and that's okay. I mean, I'm not saying one is better than the other. Each one fulfills a purpose. So if we understand that and we focus on having a great creative environment, to have the right policies, the right tools to enhance the possibility of people to develop the talent, maybe those with this inclination will become international. And it's a desired result, especially because of the soft power projection it generates, the branding. So Rihanna creates a lot of branding for Barbados because she is she and she wants to give something back to Barbados, some money goes back. But most of what Rihanna does in terms of creative and economy stays in the US, and it happens in the US. It could be that she doesn't do anything in Barbados, so she will only be a label. In itself is good, maybe not good enough, but it's something. My point is, if you do this right, those who leave will be grateful and will give something better back. So in our case, we have our pretty much every major artist from Colombia, they have foundations and they spend a lot of money in the communities they come from. And they actually become leaders or activists in favor of better cultural infrastructures, better schools in those areas, and they put some of their money and they ask private people and the government to chip in. So it's probably a thing of mentality. Trying not to oversell because if I try to tell to creatives, let's have 10 Rihannas per island, that's not gonna happen. And it's going to be deceitful, and it's going to be upsetting, and it's going to be a frustration real fast. But if we focus in having a lively creative community, understanding education, in making the tourism sector that we have already here more open to involve more creative expressions as part of the touristic supply of goods and services, then that creates a better environment where maybe some international artists could flourish. Because population is not big. I mean, the whole of the Caribbean, all the islands combined, are what, like 35 million people? So I have 1.5 times all of the Caribbean in just Colombia. And in Colombia, it's not that relevant in economic terms and can't compete at that level. And what we are competing with is not because we are focusing international, but we are focused in our traditions, in our communities, in our education system, in entrepreneurial ecosystems. It's harder when you have smaller communities because the scales don't apply the same. But I did not speak about integration, which is one of the I's. But at some point, you might think of having, this, and I can see that. Many artists and creative in St. Maartein come from Aruba, or come from St. Lucia, or come from Trinidad and Tobago, right? So if you can make, creatives, artists, something more of a regional endeavor, a coordinated effort, you will increase your chances. If you can articulate and specialize and generate more value to the general economy through creative endeavors, you may end up with more internationals. But I will not put internationalization as a key objective. It can be an objective, but not the main, because it's going to be frustrating.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any more questions? This will be the last one.
I'm not saying, no, just you forgot it. I don't want this to be simple. I'm not saying do not have the ambition. I'm saying is in general, have clear expectations, hope for the best. You will get some of the best, but it's not going to be the norm. It's not the norm, not even in the United States. I mean, most of the creatives in the United States are not well-known, are not massive stars. We know the massive stars. But below that is millions of people who are not well-known.
Thank you so much, Dr. Felipe. I have room for one more question. Yeah? Anyone?
If that's it, we're going to wrap up the Q&A segment for this morning. Dr. Philippe, thank you so much for your presentation. It was relevant, it was easily understood, and I believe the information is something that we can take and carry with us and build upon. So I thoroughly appreciate you for that. Thank you. He lives this subject. You recognize that, right? Let me also add, because we have islandpreneur here, Dr. 𝒂𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒈, our Chief Influence Officer. Let me speak how I go. I'm a girl in the back. She will be hosting Islandpreneur Live 2023 from June 29th to the 30th, and especially as the young lady mentioned finances, etc. So the Bureau for Intellectual Property will also be there sharing more information about how you can use your leverage. Financial Minds will also share best practices and how to boost sales and digital payments. Options will be showcased. So there's also international speakers, and there's also a special happening right now, so you can save 25% to get in. It's going to be 2 days of information and things that you can apply automatically. So if we're looking to double on our gifts, our entrepreneurships, our talents, etc., please feel free to go on islandpreneur.co and sign up, and you will get a 25% discount. So though she mentioned something else, let me add. Those who come will be exposed, correct, to strategies, and you'll have the opportunity to also go global, regional, global. There are a diverse set of individuals who are on top of this panel for the next 2 days. So if you want to see Ife, she is right here. I also have some big business cards, so you can take some from me as well. But my home girl gonna hook y'all up real good for Islandpreneur. You understand? Okay, I want to say Maartein English, and we're gonna stay there for 2 minutes as I go into a break, or as we go into a 15-minute break. Go have yourself some bush tea, some more bush tea outside, right? All right, so Maartein English, I tell you. They got bush tea outside, they got water, they have things to just refresh yourself, and we'll be back here in 15 minutes. Can you kindly give Dr. Philippe an astounding round of applause once again? And as we return in 15 minutes, we're going to go directly into our next presentation. Thank you, guys.
चांद भी है आया झूमने, आया मस्ती में गोल गोल घूमने की। आज रमझट है, रंगत है, सखियों की संगत है, मन में हरख न मायो जल से की आई रात रे। रंगीला मारा नाच, रंगीला मारा नाच, सलेड़ गाए साथ में, रंगीला मारा नाच। आज रमझट है, रंगत है, सखियों की संगत है, मन में हरख न मायो जल से की आई रात रे। रंगीला मारा नाच, रंगीला मारा नाच, रंगीला मारा नाच।
झमाझम नाच आजे, धमाधम ढोल बाजे, नॉन स्टॉप हल्ला मचेगा। ओए नाचो सारे, अपनी फेमस है रात वाली यारियां, जाने सारा जहां। बेथलपुर मां सुन ले ओ छोरियां, झूमे नगरियां जब जब ये घूमे। कमर यार तारी कमर यार, कमर यार तारी कमर यार। बेथलपुर मां सुन ले ओ छोरियां, झूमे नगरियां जब जब ये घूमे। कमर यार तारी कमर यार, कमर यार तारी कमर यार। अरे राधा क्यों गोरी, मैं क्यों काला। अरे क्या झूठी जार का है आंखों से मार, तेरी बेतु की बातें पिया जी यार मेरा लूट ले रे। अरे आपस आर का है पल्लू तू झाड़, मुझे तेरा बना ले पिया जी यार मेरा लूट ले रे। यहाँ वहाँ कहीं तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं, तेरी मेरी लगे जोड़ी प्यारी। रंग तारी, रंग तारी, रंग तारी, तुम्हें आके घुमा के जो मारी। रंग तारी, तुम्हें आके घुमा के जो मारी। पल्लू संभाल गोरी, उड़ी उड़ी जाए रे। धम धम बाजे बाजे, धम धम बाजे बाजे, आगे बढ़ो तू पीछे मुड़ी मुड़ी जाए रे। धम धम बाजे बाजे, धम धम बाजे बाजे, पल्लू संभाल गोरी, उड़ी उड़ी जाए रे। आगे बढ़ो तू पीछे मुड़ी मुड़ी जाए रे। यहाँ वहाँ कहीं तेरे जैसा कोई नहीं, तेरी मेरी लगे जोड़ी प्यारी। रंग तारी, रंग तारी, रंग तारी, तुम्हें आके घुमा के जो मारी। रंग तारी, तुम्हें आके घुमा के जो मारी।
They are the dancing divas. Give them another big round of applause. They are spectacular. This is our island, Sweet St. Maarten. All this wonderful energy and coming together. Put your hands together for the dancing divas, choreographer, Miss Simran Jagger. Take a step forward, Simran, so they know who you are. This is Miss Simran Jagger. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Take care. 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓. 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓. Ailier, vous êtes là? Je cherche 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓.
She tell me take a chance. When I hold around, she waist. The expression on she face was crazy as a whole she. Baby, she done calling me. It's music, cause she irie.
Oh, they-
Irie. Crazy as a whole she. Baby, she done calling me. It's music, cause she irie. It's just the vibes, it's just the vibes. It's just the
Once again, we have the wonderful drum tradition that's alive and thriving on this island of ours called Maartein. These are the spectacular 𝒂𝒄𝒉 drums. And this is the group called 𝒚𝒐𝒖𝒓. Beautiful dancers, musicians. We're in for a wonderful spectacle. Sharing cultures and traditions right here in the Jocelyn Arndell Festival Village, aptly named after one of our legends, our cultural legends, instrumental in upholding the St. Maarten tradition and being a part of one of the founding fathers of the Carnival Festival on this island of ours. And tonight, on the sacred ground called the Festival Village, we come together to share in cultures and traditions, in energies that unite us, so we get to know of each other, understand each other through music, through drumming, through singing, en partager. All right, we continue. We allow them to set up. Listen to the music by our wonderful DJ. So while you're being set up, we're listening to the wonderful music of DJ Main Event. So DJ Main Event is providing us with beautiful music.
It's just the vibe. It's just the vibe. It's just the vibe. As I step in the place, I see a sexy girl winding up she waist. I wanted to take a taste. I approach her and she start to skin up she face. I ask her for a dance. She tell me take a chance. When I hold around she waist. The expression on she face was crazy as a whole she. Baby, she done calling me. It's music, cause she irie. Crazy as a whole she. Baby, she done calling me. It's music, cause she irie. It's just the vibes, it's just the vibes. It's just the vibes, it's just the vibes. I love the vibes, I love the vibes. I love the vibes, I love the vibes.
Ok, 1, 2.
2.
No, kayo kadi, costume nous, d'origine normande. Nous kadi yo, si costume la sa, d'origine normande. Mais go kala Guadeloupéen répondait, on nous allait, ouais, 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 Papa Vilo, Papa Vilo, Papa Vilo, c'est eux qui grand-mère africain, en nous lever, la voix pour yo, grand bâtiment, kayo kadi, costume en nous, d'origine normande, nous kadi yo, si costume la sa, d'origine normande, mais go kala Guadeloupéen, d'oublier, on nous allait, Papa Bilo, Papa Bilo, Papa Bilo, Papa Bilo, c'est plus grand maître africain, en nous lever, la voix pio, grand bâtiment, kayo kadi, costume en nous, d'origine normande, nous kadi yo, si costume la sa, d'origine normande, mais coca la Guadeloupéen, d'envie, oui monter, oui, non mon a, oui, Papa Bilo, Papa Bilo,
Oh, okay. I was wondering where you were at. All right, so we're going to continue with our second keynote address by Dr. Keith Nurse. Dr. Keith is the president of the College of Science, Technology, and Applied Arts, Trinidad and Tobago. He is the former principal, CEO of the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, St. Lucia. He has worked as senior economist and advisor on structural policies and innovation at the OECD Development Center in Paris. He is the former World Trade Organization chair at the University of the West Indies, where he served in multiple capacities on each of the 3 land-based campuses. He is serving his 3rd term as an expert member of the UN Committee for Development Policy. Dr. Nurse is the chair of Caribbean Tales Worldwide Distribution, Inc., and co-founder of the Caribbean Tales Incubator. He is the executive producer of the docudrama Forward Home, The Power of the Caribbean Diaspora. Without further ado, please help me welcome to the lectern, Dr. Nurse.
Good morning, all. Again, it's a real pleasure to be here in St. Maarten. It's not my first time, but it's my first time on the issue of the cultural and creative industries here in St. Maarten. So this presentation is what I did at the symposium. What I've done is added some slides at the back end of it to really jump off from much of what Felipe presented, particularly the back end of his presentation. Because I think, given this theme of looking at the role of the individual artists, I wanted to talk a little bit about the ecosystem that supports the individual artists. In effect, one of the slides that Felipe presented with the skater, on the ground, I think is, in effect, where I want to start. So I have the clicker in my hand, so I have the power of directing the slides. But I want to maybe use a few of the initial slides I used from the presentation. So please bear with me. Forgive me if you've already seen the presentation. Either you were live in the audience or you saw it online. St. Maarten, like many other countries in the Caribbean, are faced with a particular challenge, which is how do we diversify our economies? In fact, it's almost an age-old question. If you go back and you read the Maartein report, which was written almost 100 years ago, when there were lots of rebellions and revolts in the Caribbean, and the British government sent down some policymakers to figure out what to do with the Caribbean. One of their key recommendations was the need to diversify the economy. 100 years later, we have the same question at hand. And I've been reading documentation from St. Maarten, and yes, it's indicated that there's a heavy dependence on tourism. And what I found really striking in one of the comments in the document was the issue, which is the last point at the bottom there. It says, what is required is a new political economy. And that, they're very correct. You cannot take the existing structures that we have and just adapt them to what Felipe is talking about. Because in effect, we are on the cusp, or in fact, we are in midstream of a reoriented global economy where creativity is becoming increasingly more important, and creativity is the main mechanism by which new value creation and new value addition is being facilitated. So I talk a little bit about that in much of my presentation, so I'm not going to go too much into it, about the notion of the creative economy from John Hawkins, some of which refers to things like the orange economy. I talk a bit about the growth of the global economy and the level of valuation that is being generated. It's really expanded quite rapidly. Best estimates are that the creative economy accounts for, the different valuations, but somewhere between 5 and maybe 10% of the global economy. And this has really changed in a dramatic way in the last 10 years or so because of the rise of the platforms that are distributing creative content. In fact, some of the companies here, in fact, TikTok is the company with the highest valuation on planet Earth. And so the creative economy, or what I call the digital creative economy, is the main means by which content is now being distributed. And so, in effect, if your content is not digitized, the capacity for it to go into global markets or even domestic markets is very much compromised. So creative entrepreneurship requires digital entrepreneurship. I'm an economist, trade specialist, trade policy analyst, and we talk about where, my approach looking at the creative industries is to talk about where is the money. The money is in trade in goods, trade in services, trade in intellectual property, but it's increasingly now in data monetization and also in creative experiences. And it's in the latter area that I think that countries like St. Maarten and other Caribbean economies have the strongest potential, because we already have a fairly well-established tourism sector. And for me, the key issue is how do we ensure that there's a stronger interface between the tourism sector and the cultural or creative industries. So I won't go through some, I'll just slip through some of these slides. To talk about some of the, what I can think are the three key issues for St. Maarten. So the first is cultural and heritage tourism. You could go online. I did a study on heritage tourism across the Caribbean. When visitors come to our islands, often they want to find something to do other than being on the beach. Well, what else is that? Besides maybe doing duty-free shopping, which has nothing to do with our economy, doesn't contribute to our economy. So what is that other thing? And this is where cultural and heritage tourism is really important. And in many respects, and many thanks to Clara, I've been able to, in the last day or two, get a better sense of the possibilities here. And St. Maarten, like many other Caribbean countries, has a very interesting story to tell. It's quite remarkable. In the Caribbean, every little island has a lot of commonalities with its neighbors, but there's also a lot that differentiates it. And so you want to be able to exploit that and talk about how you can generate this new tourism product beyond the beach, beyond the hotel, and beyond the airport. The other key area of potential growth is in what in the literature we refer to as festivalization, which is that there's an increasing demand for experiences, particularly festivals. Festivals have a strong capacity to generate both destination and intellectual property branding. Every major city is investing in destination branding, and they're using very often festivals and events to create both traffic to the particular destination, but also to brand the destination and to brand products from the destination. And so you align those brands with the event, with the festival. It makes them more memorable. It makes them also more global. And in the Caribbean, we have lots of possibilities in these areas. I come from Trinidad and Tobago, and the thing that most people know about Trinidad and Tobago around the world is our carnival. And has generated a significant creative industry, steel pan, soca. So I come to St. Maarten, and of course, you all play steel pan music. And I go to some of your venues, and so I went to Cultural Morning in St. Maarten on the other side. And yeah, there's a guy, Calypsonian, singing all the calypsos from Trinidad and Tobago, including that of Mighty Sparrow and so on. So Trinidad has been able to generate significant, not just earnings from cultural exports, but also has generated a strong brand identity beyond its borders. The third area, and this is something I'm working on currently, and I think it really has significant potential here in St. Maartein, is to tap into the growth of digital animation, new media, gaming, you name it. Just to illustrate the point, the gaming sector earns more than music, film, and book publishing combined. And it's growing at a rapid rate. And the interesting thing about it is that gaming is now being used beyond entertainment. So it's being used in education, for example, so gamification of knowledge. And this is really important. We are still thinking that the creative industries is about entertainment. That ship has already left the port. Creativity is broader than that. I think that's a key point that Felipe is trying to get across. But from an economic standpoint and a trade standpoint, we are finding that you can now be using creative products and creative services in multiple ways. So last week at my college, we hosted a workshop on student mental health, which has become really important as an issue, particularly post-pandemic. And one of our panelists was 𝒕𝒓𝒆𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒈, who's, he had gone to the top of the line. He's a great panelist. He was on the national orchestra. He went away to study music therapy. So his profession now, as a panelist, is a music therapist. And I think he's earning more money doing that than being a panelist. And he's saying the demand for his services are so high that we need to have several more people doing what he does. And the challenge is that in our mindset and the way in which we view the creative industries, we, meaning we, the collective, are still purely thinking about arts for recreation and entertainment. When in fact it is being used and the potential growth areas are way beyond that. So one of the things that I've been making proposals on is how do we now generate content, creative content for the education sector. If it's one thing that COVID did for us as a benefit, will show us the importance of online education. But with online education, or digital education as we put it, there is an increasing demand for training people in more creative ways. Where is the content going to come from? Are we going to do as we now do, where all our textbooks are imported from abroad and relay the same images and messages as we did in the past? Or are we going to use our creative content and our creative industries to generate content for their classroom that is more culturally specific to our region and our context? So if, for example, we need to train our young people about climate change, are we going to use this foreign content? Is it going to be specific to our requirements, our needs, that deals with sea level rise, the ingress of mosquitoes, you name it? And this is where creative content is really important in getting across messages to explain to the population how to adapt and respond to issues of climate change. So that's some of the work that I'm currently engaged in. And that's something I would like St. Maartein potentially to become involved in. So over the weekend, I met with the president of the University of St. Maartein. So let's hope we can make it happen. But let me take it a little forward. I'm going to skip this. One of the biggest challenges facing the creative sector is that, by and large, each individual artist, creative entrepreneur is trying to do it all alone. We call it the go it alone strategy. Well, the go it alone strategy doesn't work very well. So yeah, you might have an individual artist who breaks out and becomes the exception. But as we say, the exception actually proves the rule, which is for the bulk of people, the go-it-alone strategy doesn't allow you to break into global markets. You're stuck maybe at the national market. You may get a little bit of a regional spillover, but tapping into diasporic markets and so on, invariably not the case or not possible. Ooh, let me go. Oops, there's another slide Sorry, I thought I put in a slide that was very useful, which is actually a study done in Denmark, and they showed you that in their ecosystem in the creative industries, that 80–90% of the of artists and creative entrepreneurs were in the go-it-alone strategy. And those that were able to move out of the go-it-alone to be involved in more collaborations, and those who were able to access greater support mechanisms had a higher survivability, and their earnings and their reach expanded. So there are 5 key areas based on the work that I do that makes a difference. Increasingly is digitization, then mechanisms to facilitate market penetration, 3, to build institutional capacity, access to finance, and then business support. So I'll go through each of those quickly. Digitalization. If you're an artist, it doesn't matter what area you're in now. So, for example, in Barbados, where Erica is from, she's presenting next this afternoon. I lived in Barbados for quite a while. So I know visual artists from Barbados who their main source of income is selling their paintings online, not in the domestic market. Not even going after the tourist market in Barbados, online. I know photographers who do the same. So many of the issues that have been the case for the music industry and the film industry for some time now is spreading, and one could almost say infecting all of the other cultural creative industries. Even if you are in performance, it's the videotaping of your performance and being put on YouTube or TikTok or something that now becomes your main mechanism for maybe monetizing, but at least creating a mechanism for you to market yourself. So digitalization is super important and super critical. So understanding what are the requirements to get onto these platforms, how to monetize your content on those platforms, et cetera, are really important. The second key area is market penetration. So You've now converted your content, your experience into a digital asset. How do you get into global markets or regional markets or diasporic markets? Now, there are a range of standard approaches which haven't changed much, even with digitalization. So, for example, trade missions are still important. Going and meeting people, shaking hands, building relationships, building relationships, building relationships. There is no escaping it. Huh? Humans like to work with other humans that they like. It's what makes us human. So even with AI, this stuff is still going to be important. So participating in live events, festivals, events, etc., are all standard requirements in this sector. If you don't have visibility, you don't exist. The more people that know your work, see your work, and can share your work online, the better. Then issues of branding, marketing, publishing, merchandising. So I'm the chairman for Caribbean Tales, which is a film distribution company. We're the largest film distribution company in the Caribbean. We have the largest catalog of Caribbean film in the world, we argue. And one of the things that we do through our incubator, which has been running for 12 years now, it was my idea originally, so I take some responsibility, is that we bring filmmakers into a room like this, and we work them for a week and we ask them, so what's your value proposition? Who and where is your target market? How are you going to access them? Et cetera, et cetera. And for most of them, no one has ever engaged them in that kind of discourse. They think that I'm a filmmaker. All I need to know is how to make good films. And, well, in more developed markets, there's somebody who thinks about the other stuff for you. A publisher, a PR person, somebody who does your advertising and marketing. But if you are operating from a small economy like our own and you're a small artist, entrepreneur, then you need to be able to think about these things for yourself. Because as we say in this business, or show business, it's really 90% business and 10% show. Well, that's if you're in the business of it. And one of the key things, so let me give you an example. We had one of the winners of our incubator prize was an animator from Guadeloupe. If I could remember the name of the film he did, Battleground something. Anyway, it's an animation about slaves in the future having to win their freedom by creating digital assets. I was like, wow. So we worked with him on how to develop not just the animation film component, but how to do the merchandising. Books, comic books. How to do a non-fungible token. How to make this into T-shirts. How to convert that into a book, et cetera, et cetera. Right? So the same story, let's call it that, can be monetized in multiple ways. And for him, it was a paradigm shift because he came into the room and came into the experience saying, I'm a filmmaker, I'm an animator, I make these things to go up on a screen and for people to watch them. That's my job, that's my career, that's my profession. And we're saying, well, No. So we always give them example. Look at J.K. Rowling and her book. Well, it starts off as a book, and then it's converted into a film, and then there's merchandising, and then there's theme parks. And the list goes on. And there's song recordings, and there's soundtracks, and multiple income streams. And the creative industries are circular industries, and they are transversal industries. So if you are viewing the work that you do purely in the narrow sense of you producing one thing for one audience and one means of monetization, you don't know the business that you're in. So that's why you need to have a strategic plan. Now, most artists and creative entrepreneurs cannot do this by themselves. Even the best of us, with all the financial resources of our family or investors, you need institutional capacity to make the difference. So for example, Erica and I have been arguing and lobbying for a Caribbean music office. For how long? A long time, right, Erica? So you go to Europe, there's a European music office that is linked to every country in Europe that has a music office. And their job is to make sure that musical artists, authors, composers, and so on from their country get the best deals, are put on the right platforms, and have access to trade fairs, missions, etc. But this is what we do for other sectors. We do it for the tourism sector, and in my country where I come from, we do it for the energy sector. So why aren't we doing it for the creative sector? The other thing you need to do is build a capacity for industry associations. And this is where the onus is on the people who work in the creative industries to get organized. If you don't have a creative industry association, then that go it alone strategy will be your permanent condition. It doesn't matter how small a country or economy you are, you need to have an industry association representing the collective that can do negotiations both at home, but particularly with policymakers to give you the best advantage. Because this institutional capacity that we're talking about will not fall like manna from heaven. It will not land on your doorstep. You have to advocate for it, lobby for it, argue for it. But one of the things that you need to be able to do in relation to that is provide data on the performance of your sector. So if you go to your Minister of Finance and you are unable to say how many people are employed, how much the sector earns, and how much it earns in terms of foreign exchange, your discussions with the Minister of Finance or even with a Minister of Planning or any of the other ministries will not generate significant traction. So building out an observatory and a capacity to collect the data is absolutely critical. And then the next area, access to finance. I've never heard anyone in the creative sector who says we don't need money. Everybody says they need money. But my first profession was actually a banker. That's what got me to go to university, actually. It is not money that you need more than anything else. What you need is a good value proposition. Something that is bankable. So what is required is a business plan, a feasibility plan, an export plan, name it what you want. that is the gateway to financial support, and it's the gateway to access to finance. Nobody's going to give you access to finance, even if it is grant funding, if you don't have a plan. And there's a range of mechanisms that we can help to get you to that point, like business clinics and mentoring and business coaching and so on, which are absolutely essential. And this is where I come to business support. Throughout the Caribbean, almost every country now, we have services coalitions. And almost every country has an export office of some sort that is targeting the wide array of sectors. And a number of things are possible. So for example, boot camps, end-to-end capacity training, which should be linked to trade missions. Because I can tell you, I've been to many and involved in many trade missions where we just round up a bunch of people in a sector and we send them away. And when they reach there, people ask them, so do you have a, at least in music, they used to call it a something kit, an electronic kit, electronic media kit. Yeah, media kit. Thank you very much. And people will be like, what do you mean? You need to be prepped to go. So for example, for the trade fair, well, it's called an incubator, an accelerator that we run for Caribbean Tales. We do it in Toronto, the week before the Toronto International Film Festival, which is the largest film festival now in the world in terms of the number of people visiting. 6 months, you are selected 6 months before, and we work with you, or we assign someone to work with you to develop or prepare your script for submission. And then your press and media kit. You are registered for the Toronto International Film Festival 6 months before. We work with you to identify potential distributors, marketers, potential co-investors that you may want to meet when you come to Toronto in September. And we do a lot of work prior to you even getting on a plane. And I can say to you, without fear of contradiction, that most times when our countries send a contingent abroad, the prior work that is required is often not done, or at least not done to the required level. So people just show up and hope for the best. I'm like, that's not how the world works. So, all the things I'm talking about, networking, clustering, mentoring, peer-to-peer coaching, all the training that is required to build and strengthen the capacity of our entrepreneurs is, again, absolutely necessary. And then there are what I call cross-sectoral linkages. And remember, I started off by saying one of the key strengths of a place like St. Maartein is the tourism sector and how we can ensure a stronger interface between the cultural creative industries and the tourism sector. And this is what I mean by cross-sectoral linkages. It's much easier to make a dent in a market that is on your home soil than in a market abroad. And secondly, you want to be able to cut your teeth, as we say, at home. You know, you try it out, you do your proof of concept, your experimentation at home till you hone the product or service. And there's nothing stronger in terms of that, in terms of linking to the tourism sector here in countries like St. Maarten. So I think yesterday at lunch, I was giving the example to Felipe and Clara and the president of University of St. Maarten that had done some work in Cayman Islands and had actually interviewed the president and owner of the rum cake company in St. Maarten, in Cayman Islands, sorry. Rum cake is the largest export or merchandise export or trade export from Cayman Islands. They don't make rum in Cayman Islands. They don't make flour. They don't make eggs. The cartoons that the cake come in, that's imported too. The owner is Jamaican. His top staff are from Barbados. In fact, almost everything is imported. But what's also imported is that every day in Cayman Islands, the population doubles. It goes from 55,000 to over 100,000 in the morning, and by the evening goes back down. 12 to 13 cruise ships pull up every day in Cayman Islands. And this company sells a lot of rum cake to tourists that come through the island and come to their facilities to do a tour or go and buy it outside in shops and so on. Plus they export abroad as well in a very sophisticated way. So that's what I mean. How do you tap into those cross-sectoral linkages like the cruise ship industry? I'll end there for now. Any questions or comments? I'm not feeling so great, so excuse me. So while you gather your thoughts.
All right, so Dr. Nurse is not feeling too well. However, if you could gather your thoughts, put together your questions, and when he has the opportunity to answer, we will continue. Outside of that, for those of you that are in the room, do you have your cell phones with you? I know we don't leave without our mini computers. Do you have your mini computers with you? Yeah? Pull them out. Everybody pull them out. They're out? Facebook. Open up Facebook. Yeah, everybody, Facebook open? Okay, good. The Ministry of Education, Culture, and Youth? Department? Y'all there ready too? You slow? We holding up for you, we holding up. All right. Everyone here liked that page? The Department of Culture? Okay, I'm on it. I know I liked it already, but I'm making sure that you did it as well. All right, so we are actually live. Are you there? The Department of Culture page on Facebook? Internet slow? Ugh. You seen me? Share me, please. Share me, please. That's the idea. Get on, like the page, and please share and invite your network to log in on the live feed. We all did it? Share. Posting. Everyone else posted? We followed instructions? Okay. Girl, I understand. I do understand. All right, thank you so much for engaging in our little activity of making sure that we post the Department of Culture on Facebook, so other persons will have access to the information, to the discussions, to the questions, and that's the role of the individuals in this room creating further success for us all in the creative industry, right? Okay, so I think with that, we're going to go directly into the next presentation, Clara. I thought his presentation, Dr. Nurse's presentation, had some excellent pieces in it, extremely excellent. So give him a round of applause. And especially the last one, I'm going to piggyback on some stuff he said, because if they are going to a trade mission, you might as well have things in your hands so that you could do trade. The word is trade mission. So you're going in there properly prepared, and you also have, I know my voice projects, Chachi, sorry. You're going in to do trade, thus being prepared, etc., for the market and the digital area. So you're going in with your media kit, etc. I thought that was an excellent last piece of his presentation, simply because you can see yourself doubling within the region, within the market, etc. And it doesn't necessarily, I actually have a good question for him. I hope he comes back out shortly. But if not, we just continue. And I want to definitely go, we're going to go in, Clara Mediandra with the other one. We're going to lunch now. Oh, it's 12 o'clock. Time to eat. Lunch is here? Okay. All right, so we're going to take a half-an-hour break for lunch from 12 to 12:30. We cut it back a little bit, but that gives us time. We might be finishing a little earlier than anticipated, but that also gives us time to also talk and have some more conversations. Please feel free. I think Dr. Felipe is still here, and our further panelist, Dr. Erica, is also here, so ask some questions, etc. Lunch is open. See you at 12:30, okay?
Drawers, floors, doors. Let's go! This is our home. We've got every generation, so full of music, a rhythm of its own design. This is my family, a perfect constellation. So many stars, and everybody gets to shine. Whoa! Let's be clear, Abuela runs this show. Whoa! She let us here so many years ago. Whoa! And every year our family blessings grow. There's just a lot you simply got to know. So, welcome to the family Madrigal, the home of the family Madrigal. We're on our way, where all the people are fantastical and magical. I'm part of the family Madrigal. That's life in the family Madrigal. Now you know the family Madrigal, where all the people are fantastical and magical. That's who we are in the family Madrigal. Adios.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Indisu. Give them a big round of applause. Once again, the spectacular Indisu Dance Theater of St. Maarten. We're going to welcome on stage Rhythm and Groove, representing the French Caribbean islands of Sweet Samaritan Land, Guadeloupe, and Martinique, under the direction of Dion Bovel. Warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the dance company, Rhythm and Groove. Rhythm and Groove, representing 𝒚𝒐𝒓𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒈 land, Martinique and Guadeloupe. The cultures all intertwined. We are 𝒚𝒐𝒓𝒏𝒈𝒕𝒉𝒆𝒏𝒊𝒏𝒈 land. Put your hands together for Rhythm and Groove and director Dion Bovell. We continue right away. We go to China. Put your hands together. Welcome the Chinese Association with a warm welcome on stage. You tell me when you want the music, okay? Music? Ready. Put your hands together for the Chinese Association community right here on sweet St. Maartein land. We continue on to welcome 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 and her dance company. And they're going to celebrate the traditions of India that is thriving right here on sweet St. Maartein land, giving you a presentation in classical Indian dance called Bharatnatyam. Give a warm welcome to 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 and her dancers.
Ta jum nam ta rum ta dhalam ku tak ta ku da da dang gida 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 jum ta ka jum ta ta kita ta da ta jum gida jum ta ta nam ta rum ta kita ta da dang gida 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 ta ri ta dhan ta run ta din ta da jum ta nam ta rum ta ga dim ta gida gida dim ta tarigida ta jum dim da ta jum nam da ta jum tam ta kita dana ta tangirida tarigida dim ta tarigida ta jum dim da ta kita jum da kita da jum ta jum da kita ta jum kita tarigida ta dum ta ni ta ta dana tarigida ta tarigida ta dana ta jum tarigida dana ta tangirida ta tarigida ta jum dim da ta jum nam da kita jum ta dim tum nam ta tangirida ta di ta dana ta tarigida dana ta jun ta dim ta tarigida ta dana ta di ta dana ta tangirida ta dim tarigida ta dim tarigida ta dim tarigida ta dim tarigida ta jum tarigida ta tangirida tarigida tarigida
जग की कोई रीत न जाने मैं तो बस तेरी हुई दीवानी मिला जो संग तेरा उड़ा पतंग मेरा हवा में होके मलंग मैं छोड़ा ही घर बार मेरा ओ मखना वे मखना अब तू ही है संसार मेरा ओ मखना वे मखना ये पागल सा है प्यार मेरा ओ मखना वे मखना मैं छोड़ा ही घर बार मेरा ओ मखना छोड़ा ही
Baby bet, ayy, couple racks, ayy, couple Grammys on him, couple plaques, ayy, that's a fact, ayy, throw it back, ayy, throw it back, ayy.
दिन कड़ाक आजा उड़ के सराट पैरों से बीड़ी जरा खोल नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय हाय धम धम हाय नगाड़ संग ढोल बाजे हाय 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 धम हाय दिन कड़ाक आजा उड़ के सराट पैरों से बीड़ी जरा खोल
I told you long ago, on the road, I got what they waiting for.
Oh, put your hands together for 𝒚𝒂𝒄𝒉 and her dancers. Thank you, dancers. The journey around the world in St. Maarten continues. We now segue to our elders in the community, the founding mothers and fathers that sing our old St. Maarten songs. So we journey now to the St. Maarten Community Choir. Please welcome them all on stage as they begin to sing for you. The St. Maarten Community Choir. Come forward, ladies. Don't go so far back. All the way front.
Good evening, St. Maarten. How is St. Maarten feeling tonight? All right, you all look so beautiful. The St. Maarten Community Choir, some of us are here tonight to render a few items, songs that have been composed by our very own local artists. Isn't that awesome? All right, and these are songs that we want everybody to also learn. So if you don't know them, you can hum along and you can learn them tonight. So while they're setting up the microphones, just wishing everyone a safe carnival as well from the St. Maarten Community Choir. I hope you'll enjoy this festive season. All right. Something that's very special to me. My eyes so small and yet so great, completely surrounded by the sea, capturing every part of me. No matter where I go, no matter where I roam, St. Maarten, my isle in the Caribbean, will always be the place called home. No matter where I go, no matter where I roam, St. Maarten, my isle in the Caribbean, will always be the place called home. Picturesque chains of mountains, pearl like sand by the sea. The wonderful smiles of real people capture every breath of me. No matter where I go, no matter where I roam, St. Maarten, my isle in the Caribbean, will always be a place called home. St. Maarten, my native land, my paradise, my home, my country. Forever committed to thee I'll be, 'cause you capture all of me. No matter where I go, no matter where I roam, St. Maarten, my isle in the Caribbean, will always be a place called home. No matter where I go, no matter where I roam, St. Maarten, my isle in the Caribbean, will always be a place called home. St. Maarten, so beautiful. St. Maarten, so wonderful. Wonderful people. Come on, all, come on, everybody to St. Maarten. St.
friendly and nice and plenty, full of love and a giving nature. Come on everybody to St. Maartein. St. Maartein, so beautiful. St. Maartein, so wonderful. Look at all of the smiling faces, all the children from wonderful places. Come on everybody to St. Maartein. St. Maartein, so beautiful. St. Maartein, so wonderful. People friendly and nice and plenty, full of love and a giving nature. Come on everybody to St. Maartein. St. Maartein, a little sweeter, St. Maartein, a little softer, St. Maartein, a little louder, St. Maartein.
Do you know Mr. Jambule? That man from Colombia. He owe me $1 bill. He owe me for something. I ever hear him whine before. Ever hear him joke before. He jump on the donkey back. He throw over the right foot. He throw over the left foot. He shake his head. He shake his waist. He shake his back. Do you know Mr. Jambule? That man from Colombia. He owe me $1 bill. He owe me for something. Never hear him whine before. Never hear him jump before. He jump on the jackass back. He throw over his left foot. He throw over his right foot. He shake his leg. The other leg. Shake his head. Uh-oh. Do you know Mr. Jambule? That man from Colombia? He throw over. Sorry. I got too excited, my bad. Do you know Mr. Jambule? That man from Colombia? He owe me $1 bill. He owe me for something. You ever hear he run before? You ever hear him jump before? He jump on the jackass back. He throw over his left foot. He throw over his right foot. He shake his head. He shake his back. He shake his chest. Uh-oh. Do you know Mr. Jambule?
One more time for the community choir. Fantastic. You guys. All right. We continue with Samaritan culture. We go now on to the 𝒚𝒖𝒓 Cultural Women Association. So ladies, come up, set up your stuff. The light needs to come off. Can we just dim the lights for a few seconds? They want to set up a nice little background situation here. The 𝒚𝒖𝒓 women, they're an association of women from different parts of the northern half of our sweet St. Maarten land, and they're very vociferous in keeping our St. Maarten heritage and our culture alive. And let me tell you, if you never taste a Johnny cake from them, you never had a Johnny cake. Because they bake some of the best Johnny cakes in St. Maartein on a big barrel. So there's an association, they do carnival, they do tradition, and they have great food on Saturdays. So if ever you're in French Quarter, let me tell you what they does cook. Good food right in front of their homes. Fabulous St. Maartein traditional meals, homemade. So make sure you check out the SCA, Swali Cultural Association. They are the bomb diggity. Next year, we're going to have more cultures representing on St. Maartein. So make sure you look out for next year Culture Night and Culture Parade, all right? So you get a chance to really experience the wonderful tapestry of fabulousness that keeps this island together. The things that make us rich, things that make us flourish, and all because of one important word. I need you all to say this word. Say the word, jollification. Jollification. That's the tradition that built St. Maartein, brick by brick, stone by stone, rock by rock, house by house, brother by brother, cousin, mother. Everybody got together to build this sweet land of ours. This land that is home to all of you wonderful people that have chosen to live here and make sweet St. Maartein your home. So tonight is a celebration of us, the majestic energy of who we are, this fabulous melting pot of colors and rhythms and traditions and flavors, all right? So keep holding St. Maartein high in your heart because we are a special nation. I think my cue is up. Ladies, you ready for me? Lights back on. Lights, please. Thank you.
Cultural Association, a Friendside Association, Carnival on the Friendside. Hey, Sabi, love you. So we cater to all ages. Throughout the year, we do cultural events. We cater to what is culture. This is awards. This is V-Zone. This is bacon in the pan. Have a good evening. Let's go.
Remember, Swahili women, ska. Follow them in French Quarter to get your Johnny cake, the best Johnny cake baked in a barrel in Maartein. Okay? We continue with Locomotive. Are you ready for Locomotive? Make sure you dance, because this is the time you have to shake that body of yours. Put your hands together for the incredible, the fabulous, the amazing, fantastic, the orchestra called Locomotive, representing this fabulous Caribbean islands of ours, of Martinique, Guadeloupe.
We're going to go into the third segment of this afternoon's program for the 5th Annual Culture Creative Industry Forum, the development of the culture creative industry, the role of the individual in creating success. We have had an awesome morning where we've heard from the Minister of Justice, our Prime Minister, Dr. Felipe, and Dr. Keith, where they're shared on various aspects within the creative industry and how the individual can create success in our orange economy. We're going to go now into the third segment of it, the third keynote, where we are going to have Dr. Erica Smith, who is a creative industry and IP specialist, who is also the CEO of the Barbados Collective Management Organization for Music Rights, COSCAP. Dr. Smith has an undergraduate degree in law and management and graduate degrees in international business, intellectual property law and management, and international sports law and management. Her doctoral research focused on copyright management in the digital environment, and Dr. Smith is also a consultant and focuses on business and intellectual property strategy and management and business development. Without further ado, I'd like you to help me welcome Dr. Erica K. Smith to the lectern.
Hello. So apologies for Dr. Nurse, who was going to join me in this session. He's not well. It's okay, because it gives me a little more time to try to explain the concept of intellectual property rights a bit more thoroughly. Yeah, so the presentation, please. So what I'll do this afternoon is to explain what intellectual property rights are and a little bit on monetizing intellectual property rights. And then tomorrow, I do a case study where I go through intellectual property rights in the music industry. In terms of the example is focused on music, but when we do question and answers, you can ask about other subsectors as well. So, right. Okay. So I have built into the presentation a few exercises. And I don't know if anyone wanted to tackle this question. So if you owned something that was unique, how would you ensure you could benefit from owning that asset? Anyone? It's not an exam, but just you own something, how do you ensure you're able to benefit from it? Mm-hmm. So you would try to ensure you can prove ownership, which is actually an excellent idea, response. So, any others? Yes? Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kadula Jones. I would register my talent at the Intellectual Property Office.
Okay.
Maybe incorporate business in a legal entity or so.
All right, so far we have responses that center on ensuring we prove ownership and we secure ownership through registration and we formalize, we do some formalities around the asset. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. So when we speak of intellectual property rights, we're speaking about legal rights, which are granted to protect creations of the mind. So these rights are rights surrounding assets that you can't touch, right? They're intangible, but they are property rights. So the same way you own a car, and you can rent out that car, you can sell it, you can give it away, you can leave it to rust. You can do whatever you want because it's your property. Well, anything within the law, it's your property. The same applies to intellectual property rights. So they're intangible, they surround creative ideas, but they're property rights. The other thing to know about them is they're exclusive. And what does that mean? It means once you own the rights, only you and you alone can determine how those rights are used. They belong to you solely, right? And why do you have these exclusive rights? Well, if you think about it, you spend your time and effort and money creating something. And you then need the opportunity to make a return if you're into commercializing your activity, right? So you want to make money back from it. So the law recognizes for you to be able to make some money back from your efforts, you need to be given some time and space. And that's what it does. It gives you a certain amount of time to own these rights exclusively. and it gives you the space, meaning no one else can use these rights unless you give them permission. And therefore, you're able to take that opportunity and to make money back. Yes? I'll give you some examples of how this is done in practice. Okay. So, all right. Right, so I just mentioned the exclusivity. So there are a number of functions that IP rights, intellectual property rights play. So I mentioned how it gives you exclusivity or monopoly rights. They serve to stop competitors from imitating or counterfeit goods, putting counterfeit goods on the market. They allow you to make money. You can make money from selling these rights, from licensing these rights. And if someone infringes on your rights, you can make money from suing them and getting paid damages. Yeah? You can use these rights to build your market. And we'll look at that, particularly when we do the case study and a little later in today's presentation. Through the ownership of these rights, you're able to develop a reputation. If you think of a company like Apple, what's Apple's reputation based on? It's based on its brand. And a brand is a collection of different forms of intellectual property rights. So based on the strength of its IP, its design, its reputation for good quality, and so on, Apple has been able to position itself such that the consumers are willing to pay premium prices. You pay more for an Apple product because in your mind, it's a better product. Why? Because they've developed a brand based on their intellectual property rights. And the ownership of IP can also mean that you become a leader or can position yourself as a leader in terms of developing industry standards. And I'll explain that a little further on. So please know I'm speaking about IP broadly now, and then I'll zoom in a bit more in terms of how it specifically applies to the creative industries. Okay. So we're going to look at the different types of intellectual property rights. People speak about owning intellectual property. In fact, there are many forms or different categories of intellectual property rights. And one of them is industrial design or the design right. You don't have this right in St. Maartein. You get some protection under your Copyright Act, but there's no legislation here specifically for this right. Nonetheless, I mentioned Apple. So we'll stick to the Apple example. One of Apple's biggest or most valuable attributes is its design, the design of the products. The same thing with Samsung. So Samsung started off many years ago as a company that just sought to imitate competitors' products as cheaply as possible. That's what they did. And eventually, the CEO of Samsung said, look, we can't build a company like this for much longer. The only way we can compete is if we're truly innovative. And what they did was they have about 1,600 industrial designers and design staff because they realized we need to focus on the design element, how our products look, as a basis for competing. So the law, intellectual property rights law, provides for the protection of how things look. This has nothing to do with how they function. We're talking about how things look. And it could be two-dimensional, it could be three-dimensional. We're talking about patterns, lines, colors. So it has become an increasingly important right because companies are competing more and more on how things look. So again, we're talking about exclusive rights. So when you register design, and in Europe, you don't have to register to get protection. There's also something called an unregistered design right. But we'll focus on the registered form. So when you register this right, normally it's for a maximum of about 15 years. You can determine who can make products bearing that design, who can import products bearing that design, who can sell it, etc. So you see, it gives you a great deal of protection, that space I was speaking about. One thing you need to know about these rights, intellectual property rights, are territorial. So when you register for industrial design in the Netherlands, unless you go through a special international route, it will be for the Netherlands. Or if you register for Barbados, it's strictly for Barbados. So there are certain cost implications and management implications when you own IP rights. You have to think about, what are my markets now? What are my markets likely to be? You have to understand the cost of registering, and not only do you register, but renewal. So you register a design right for 5 years. In Barbados, it's 5 years, after which you need to renew, and you can renew 2 more times. So think about, if you're doing this internationally, you have to think about, if I have 1,000 designs registered globally, managing that process. There are some international systems to assist, but I just need to let you know upfront, territorial rights, cost involved. So these are strategic decisions you make in terms of, do I go ahead and register or not? So these rights I mentioned in the case of Apple with their technology, but important rights for jewelry makers, handicraft, big rights for handicraft, for things like packaging, textiles. Remember, we were talking about how things look. So for those of you who are looking to be more competitive, and you may invest in unique packaging for your product, you may want to consider, should I protect this? And there are some decisions to be made because of the cost. So in fact, this could also work for fashion design. But a lot of designers will not use this right, will not register it. Why? Because do you really need to protect a design for a dress for 15 years or even 5 years? It's something that's very dynamic, and so there are strategic decisions to be made. However, if you are investing in a product that you plan to really market and develop as an iconic product, then in that case, you may want to register the design. What do I mean? If you have an Hermes bag, like a Birkin, for example, you're going to invest in the design, you're going to invest in building the brand, etc. In that case, you may want to register the design. If you are doing designs for Shein, little $5 dresses, or maybe not. Right, I mentioned that. Another right that would be relevant for the creative industries are trademarks. And this is one of those rights most people are aware of. You may call them brands, brand names, but these are signs used to distinguish the goods or services of one business from that of another. Simple thing, the Nike swoosh. When you see that swoosh, you don't even need to see the word Nike. you know this is a Nike product. Guess what? It's a registered trademark, and only Nike can use it legally. Of course, you have imitators, but because they have that registered trademark, Nike can take legal action to ensure those products are removed from the market, destroyed, and they're paid damages. So as with the industrial design right, we're talking about exclusive rights. We're talking about territorial rights as well. And it also means, for example, and you see it, and in fact, I saw it in Holland years ago where you would go into the beauty shop or whatever, and they're selling, they have the Neutrogena products, and then they have a brand with a really close name to Neutrogena, looks very similar. And actually, I had made a mistake and taken the counterfeit product. So the registered trademark means that you can also stop competitors who are using similar signs that can cause confusion, right? A trademark can be a name, including a surname. We know it with Fenty. Rihanna uses Fenty for her perfumes. Could be words, including made-up words. And in fact, if it's a made-up word, all the better. They tend to be stronger trademarks. Phrase, design, numerals. Some countries, it can be a scent. In some countries, it can be a taste. Once it can distinguish your goods and services from your competitors. In some countries, to get those special types of trademarks, you have to consider, can it be graphically represented? So for example, with scents, when you apply, you go to the Bureau of Intellectual Property here for a trademark, you have to give them a graphical representation of your trademark. If it's a scent, you give them the chemical composition, for example, right? But it has to be capable of graphical representation. So let's start building a few blocks here. Your Apple, you have your great design. You register the design right, excuse me, for 5 years, and you can do it up to 15 years. You also ensure you have the word Apple, and you have the Apple symbol. All of those are trademarks. So you register I have water signs. Okay? You register the name, you register the Apple symbol. If it's the phone, the ringtone, the special sound it makes when you turn your phone on, all those are registered trademarks. So in addition to registering the industrial design, Apple will register its trademarks. The trademarks, however, are registered for 10 years, and then you can register them indefinitely. Every 10 years you can renew, which means you can own a trademark potentially forever. There are some limitations, but that's why Coca-Cola is still a registered trademark, for example, right? So we're building these blocks. Why? Because you need to understand that you can have multiple rights in one product or service. Right? The other thing you need to know with trademarks is that these rights are registered in classes. So you decide you're going to do handcrafted leather bags. You maybe get the design right. You register a name that you will trade under so people can identify it. So you have your trademark. And then the bag becomes very popular. People start to know your name. Let's say it's called Zomos. So people start to know Zomos. It becomes very popular. And you decide, you know what? I'm going to do a Zomo t-shirt line. Guess what? the trademark registrations you had for the bag don't work for the t-shirt line because they're different classes. Pay attention because you come up with 𝒐𝒍𝒍𝒐𝒘 bags. You're doing your marketing and everything, starting to gain popularity, starting to gain clients. And this lady here says, oh, okay, I'm moving to Trinidad. Or you don't even have to move to Trinidad. I'm going to do a shoe line called 𝒐𝒍𝒍𝒐𝒘. And you're like, what the hell? I already have that, but you don't have it for that category. You have to be strategic. You have to have your business plan. So you don't just decide, oh, I'm doing this, I'm going to get my intellectual property. You have to think about it. Okay, today I'm doing handbags in St. Maartein. What's my plan for the next 5 years? If I'm going to invest in building my, in registering my trademark, developing my brand, etc. And I know in year 3, I plan to go to Trinidad. Well, you need to think about doing the registrations in Trinidad as well, which means you need to think about the costs, etc., and the administration, etc. Right. Another little exercise. Give me 3 examples of local trademarks. This is an easy one, I think. 3 local or regional. I would like you to give local because I'm curious to know what your local marks are. St. Maartein nectar? You mean like from flowers or something? It's a trademark. What was it for? Okay. Okay, so we have St. Maartein nectar for organic body products. What else?
We have guava berry.
Guava, yeah, I've actually seen that, yes. I'm sorry? Windward Island Bank. Okay. So in the first example, when you said St. Maartein nectar, I needed to clarify because another thing you need to understand about trademarks, and remember I said if it's a made-up name, even better. And that's because the trademark can't be the generic name of the product. So Apple can be a trademark for computers, but Apple cannot be a trademark for apples. If you think about it, if you granted someone a trademark with a generic name, they will have a monopoly over that name. So you can't have Apple for Apple. You could have the St. Maartein nectar for organic body products, but not for nectar itself. And this is why I asked you to tell me what it was being applied to. Okay. So if you would just work for me. I think the battery's dying. Yeah. Okay. So I mentioned all of this before. It must be graphically capable of being graphically represented, and registration is for 10 years and renewable generally. There is an international system to help you cover multiple territories. I will not go into that today. And I gave you the link to your local legislation. So we're going to really focus today on copyright, because the design right trademarks are important for the creative industries, but of course, copyright is the key IP right for this sector. So copyright is actually first and foremost a bundle of rights. It's not a single right. We'll talk about that more. And it's the form of IP that applies to literary and artistic works, and your legislation specifies also scientific works as well. It would cover everything from books, visual art, sculpture, dance, fashion, fashion drawings, ads, architectural drawings. All of these are protected by copyright. With copyright, there's no registration. There are no formalities. Once it is original, and in most countries, it also has to be recorded in some way. Once it's original, recorded in somewhere, and it is a literary, artistic, or scientific work, meaning this, like the drawings, you will have copyright. You do not need to register. When you hear people talk about they're going to register their copyright at the Library of Congress in the US, that's really a way of ensuring they have proof of ownership. That's different. But you automatically have copyright. Yeah? And here we're talking about protection generally. It can vary a little, but generally, from the time the author has created it until 50 years after the author has died. So, this is a property right, which means you can also will it. It can be in your will. It can be part of your estate, because certainly nobody can live 50 years after they have died. So in many countries now, this has been extended to 70 years after that. But here it's still 50, and in many of our islands, including Barbados, it's still 50 years. So I mentioned copyright is a bundle of rights. So these are rights in the books, in the drawings, etc. They're not the book itself, the physical manifestation. It's the content within the book, right? And you get a number of rights. Obviously, the first right is that of reproduction or copying. You get, as the author is the first owner. Tomorrow we will talk about when ownership is transferred. But the author is the first owner, and there are a couple exceptions, and therefore has the right to authorize the copying of the work, or not. And we will learn that copying in copyright is not just literal copying, right? Copying actually can take different forms that you would not expect. You have the right to authorize the distribution, sale, transfer of ownership of the property, the right to authorize the rental of it, the right to adapt, to make changes to the work, including translation. And this right of adaptation, when we go into the music industry example, is really important when you start talking about things like sampling, yeah? The right of public performance, this is a key right, and I'll speak more on this, but essentially whenever the sound, the work, the recording is performed in public, or there's a live performance of the work, or, for example, there's a radio playing in a public space. These are all examples of public performance. Communication to the public, super important. Now, in some countries, communication to the public includes public performance and broadcast. It's a term that captures all of that. Or sometimes you'll read the law and public performance includes communication to the public and broadcast. I've separated them here. So with communication to the public, for example, we're talking about on-demand streaming. And then you have broadcast and inclusion in cable programs. Really important, and I'll explain why later. But all of these are rights granted under copyright, they're exclusive rights, and you need the permission of the holder of the rights to do any of these things. And that's where you start thinking about how money is made. Because really, when you talk about giving permission, you're talking about licensing, which I'll explain more. And when you're licensing your work, it's to make money. Now, you get a bundle of rights under copyright, but you can treat to each of these rights separately. So it's very fragmented. And I'll give examples later. Right, so I mentioned, one of the things I didn't mention was these rights. I emphasize that they're property rights. In terms of monetizing these rights, you need to bear in mind that as with any other property which you own, you can also use these rights as collateral. Once your banking system accepts it, your IP rights can also be used as a form of collateral. They're property rights, yeah? So the rights I just mentioned are grouped under what are known as economic rights, meaning you can treat with them in an economic way. You can, as I said, sell them, license them, etc. But in addition, the author is also granted moral rights under copyright law, another category of rights. Unlike your economic rights, you cannot transfer and sell these rights. The most you can do is to waive them. And the waiving of these rights has to be in writing. So these include the right to be identified as author and to object to derogatory treatment of your work. Really important, especially if you go back to when I said one of the economic rights granted is the right of adaptation. So let's do an example. I am a big Christian. Really I'm not, but we'll pretend. I'm a big Christian. I'm a songwriter. And someone decides they're going to take my song and use it as a backing track to a porn film. And this is actually a real example. I know someone this happened to. They made a few changes to the lyrics. In that scenario, let's assume permission was given for the change of lyrics. But it was for a totally different, it was for, I don't know, a children's fair, some activity. And you said, yes, go ahead, you can change the lyrics. You changed the lyrics with a lot of innuendo. So I gave you permission. I licensed the right to make an adaptation because you changed the lyrics. What I didn't know was that later on you were adding it as this backing track. You said, but you gave me permission to change the lyrics. I can then argue, one, I gave you a license for a specific use, so there's a limitation. But importantly, and people get trapped with this, not only in the example I'm giving, but for example with film, and I'll explain that. I have a moral right to object to anything that's derogatory in terms of the use of my work. So I would argue that by using my work in a porn film, it was derogatory and it dishonored my reputation. It becomes important, these moral rights. I mentioned film. So I did a film. I used a book, I don't know, Enid Blyton book, some book, as the basis of the script, yeah? And the producer of the film goes to get the right to adapt the book and all that, but they don't study the moral rights part of it. And what does that mean? It means later on, when you're about to distribute the film, some author can turn up and say, wait a minute, and object on the basis of one of their moral rights for some reason and hold up everything. So you need to think not only of the economic rights, but always also the moral rights. Now, if I'm advising the film producer, I tell them, get the rights holders to waive everything in writing, just waive all their rights. Obviously, if I'm talking to the actor or writer or whoever, I will say, try not to waive any of your rights. Practically, it doesn't make sense because business wouldn't be done, right? But you need to pay attention to not only the economic rights, but the impact of the moral rights as well. So you have copyright in the song, the musical work that a songwriter or composer has written. There are similar rights to copyright called the neighboring or related rights. And here we're talking about the rights of performers in their recorded performances, and now with new treaties also in their live performances. And by performers, we mean actors, singers, musicians, backing vocalists, dancers. They all have rights in their recorded performances. The owners of song recordings also have rights in the recording. And remember, there's a difference between the song, S-O-N-G, and the recording that embeds that song. Two separate properties, two separate streams of rights. All right, so let's go back a bit. I'm just trying to go through this as thoroughly as possible. It's a lot of information. So we've spoken so far about industrial design rights. That's how things look, not how they function. We spoke about trademarks. That's the name applied to things or some other way of distinguishing your product or service in the market. Now we're talking about copyright, where we're really talking about the output of authors, musicians, singers, etc. The difference between these rights is that with copyright, there are no formalities involved, no registration required. So I own I wrote a book, or I wrote a song or a poem, or I need at some point to be able to prove that I own it. So I mentioned the Library of Congress in the US. And here you have the 𝒂𝒄𝒉 system, which the Bureau has, which is a system where they give you an envelope with two compartments. Wait a second. I don't know if the video will work. I doubt it. No. Anyway, when the presentation is handed out, you'll get the links to the videos. You can get it to work. I didn't move. Maybe when I handed it to you. No, go back. Right, so this is a system where you basically give them a copy of the work and they will stamp and date it. You can't open it. In other countries, you have what's called a poor man's copyright, and you can do it even without going through the 𝒂𝒄𝒉. You basically put a copy of the work in an envelope, date and seal it. You take it to a notary, or you do it registered mail, something that gives it a stamp and a date. You don't open it unless, for example, you go to court. You have to prove ownership. The person who claims the rights to your work has to prove that they had that before the date. So it at least establishes a presumed date of or ownership when it came to be, right? So that's what this system is about. It is not that you're registering your copyright. You're registering ownership therein. Sorry. Oh. Okay, and I just wanted to touch on a few other categories of rights. I'm not going into them because you'll just be confused and it's too much info. But industrial designs look at concern how things look. Patents concern how they work. So the patent, when you hear people talking about having a patent, they're talking about protection, about a technical invention. So it's how it works. So going back to the Apple example, they have the industrial design, how it looks. They have the trademarks. Inside, they have a lot going on. And that's protected by patents. And of course, this came out during the pandemic. So things like medicines, vaccines, etc., would be subject to patent protection. Very valuable rights. Extremely valuable rights. You get the exclusivity. So then you get to determine your pricing. That space that IP creates, the space to make your money back, which often means pricing to ensure you make a profit. So how would this work in real life in terms of an example, in terms of strategy? I'll use Viagra. Why? Because it's a great example. So Viagra, they got the patent. A patent is 20 years maximum of protection. So you have 20 years, generally speaking, to make your money back. And they got the trademark for the name Viagra and for the little blue pill, so how it looks. They knew they had 20 years. So what did they do? They marketed the hell out of it, right? They developed that brand so everybody knows when you say the little blue pill, we all know what you mean. So that when the patent protection came to an end, what happens? It's no free for all. So competitors enter the market, like Cialis, and try to take some of that market away from Viagra. They'll come in with lower prices and so on. But because Viagra invested so heavily in building its brand, its trademark, building awareness of it, that's how it ensures it holds on to its customer base. And it's also how they ensure they can still charge a premium price because they've built that brand as the number one, the best. So consumers will pay a bit more. So it loses the patent protection, but it continues to have the trademark protection for as long as possible. So yes, you may come onto the market, but you can't come looking like the little blue pill, because that's a trademark. You can't use the name Viagra, or anything close to the name Viagra that would cause confusion. Another example of a category of intellectual property, right, are geographical indications. A lot of attention has been given to this recently in the region. These are comparable to trademarks in the sense that we're talking about the names applied to products. But these names concern products that have traditions and reputations, generally because of where they come from. So if I talk about Scotch whiskey is a GI, a geographical indication. And the producers of Scotch whiskey have been able to establish that their whiskey has a particular scent and taste, etc., because of the waters in Scotland, their production techniques, and their traditions. So as a group, they benefit from the use of the term Scotch whiskey. So only if your whiskey is made in Scotland according to their standards, can you call it Scotch whiskey? I gave some Dutch example, like Gouda cheese. Another well-known example, of course, would be champagne. So white sparkling wine cannot be called champagne unless it's from the Champagne region of France. You gotta call it cava, Jose would know cava, or prosecco, or something else, depending on where it comes from. But champagne, a product can only be called champagne if it came from Champagne and was made according to their standards. So the difference, one of the key differences with trademarks is trademarks are owned by individuals, whilst geographical indications they can be used by a group once you meet the standards. The other thing is, with a GI, we aren't talking about something new to market. Because as I said, these are things that normally have long traditions behind them, yeah? But they're very powerful tools, increasingly so because consumers are more educated about what they're buying. They want to buy high-quality items, authentic items. This is the type of branding that's used to promote GIs. In the Caribbean, there's Jamaica jerk in Jamaica that was recently granted GI status. I think they're trying for it with Antigua black pineapple. They have it for some cocoa growers, I think, in Trinidad. In Barbados, we're looking at it for a rum. Guyana already has it for Demerara rum and sugar. Yeah. And then there's new plant variety protection, which is what it says. It protects new plant varieties. This, I suspect, is going to be an area that will become will gather increasing focus in the region. There are a number of implications with these rights. Because the owner of these rights owns the rights in the seeds and the propagation. So there are implications in terms of food. I think since every country in the Caribbean seems to think they can become the home of medicinal cannabis, that may be one of the legs we can prop that industry on in terms of research. It takes time, because you have to develop the new plant variety. It has to be stable, so it doesn't happen in a rush. But it's an area, I think, that we may have some potential with, and including things like horticulture. Okay, next. Right, so I just wanted to take this little intersection to ensure we understand clearly the relationship between the intellectual property rights and the creative industries, how they connect. So, click, please. Right. So I mentioned we're talking about creative output that is by its nature intangible. And I gave the examples of CDs. So a lot of time in my daily work, people will say, I bought the CD, I own it, you can't tell me what to do with it. See that all rights reserved? And you know, with the vinyl, you see it around the vinyl as well. Why? Yes, you bought a copy with the work embedded, but you didn't buy the rights. The rights have been reserved. So it's your copy to use personally, right? So you need to understand that point. The physical manifestation does not mean that any rights have been transferred to you. You buy a work of art, you can't go home and take some photos and then decide you can put it on t-shirts and start merchandising and selling it, or, you know, making cushion covers with it. No, You bought the art, but the rights weren't transferred to you. Yes, ma'am. I mentioned why you have these rights. So these rights, the rationale, and we could have a whole debate on that, but the rationale is the government will give you exclusive rights and a monopoly to use those rights for a specific period of time, and you can make your money, charge premium pricing, etc. In exchange for all of that, the argument is that education increases, knowledge increases, mankind as a whole benefits from this creative activity. Because if I know I'm not going to make any money, I'm going to spend all my time and effort and make no money, then I'm not bothering. So the thinking goes, there's a whole theory behind this, that by giving people essentially a monopoly, you will get an increase in innovation and creativity. I don't know if we all agree with this, but I'm just giving you the theory. I think it works. Go on. And just to summarize, so we have copyright, which is generally to prevent people from doing a number of things with your works, your creative works. We have trademarks, which you use to build your reputation and brand. And then you have industrial designs, which you use to protect how things look. So you see how we have the different blocks and the pillars on which you stand with in terms of intellectual property rights. Before we move on, let's go back to this thing about copyright and it being subject to fragmentation. I mentioned it's a bundle of rights. You can have different owners for each of those rights, and you can do different things with each of those rights. Bear that in mind, because when we speak about the music industry, that becomes really important, that ability to fragment your rights. Yes, ma'am. Go back. Right, so this is the question the next session will answer. You own these rights, but how do you make money from them? And this is where we talk about monetizing intellectual property rights. So today I'll do this in a very general way. Then tomorrow, as I said before, I'll get more specific. Go ahead. So the most obvious is you can sell your rights, or you can transfer them, give them away. If you're going to sell your rights, you need to make sure you have that in an agreement specifying that you have sold your rights. Sometimes you will see people say they have an assignment of rights. An assignment is very similar to this idea of selling your rights. So you have transferred the benefits, the full benefits of the rights to another. In the case of copyright, fragmented rights, the implication is you can sell or assign some rights and not others. You can break it up. Depends on your strategy. Depends on who you're dealing with, what you want to do. Go ahead. Licensing. The main form of monetizing, though, is not to sell the rights. It's actually to license the rights. So when you hear people speaking about a license, you're talking about a contract where the holder of the right, so in the case of copyright, the initial holder of the right would be the author, or it could be, if you're talking about a patent, the inventor, but the holder of the right grants to another person or entity the right to use those intellectual property rights that have been licensed. The holder of the rights, the one who owns the rights, is the licensor, and the one to whom they are granting this benefit is the licensee. So when we're talking about a license, you're not transferring your rights, you still own them. You're just saying for a specific period of time, someone else can use these rights. Go ahead. Normally, the rights you'll be granting a licensee would be to manufacture or to make products bearing the intellectual property rights, to market the products using the IP, to distribute, to sell. So if you think about, let me give an example. So with the same CDs, you own the rights in a song, and someone wants to manufacture CDs with the song, they need a license to do that. You are a fashion designer. You only design. You don't really have the capacity to manufacture. So you need someone who will manufacture and distribute. You own your design rights. You own your trademarks. There may be other rights involved, copyright. There may even be patents for fashion. But the point is you own these rights, and I go to you to manufacture and distribute. Yes? All right. So for the manufacturer to go ahead, they need a license so they can use your trademark, your designs, your patents, whatever. They can't just manufacture and put it out there. So there's a license agreement with the distributor and manufacturer. You have to be clear what's in that agreement. For example, sometimes the assumption is made because you did a license to manufacture includes distribution, not necessary. So you have to be very clear. It has to be subject to a contract, a written agreement. Go ahead. So there are different types of licenses. We'll touch on the key ones. So we're not going to look at, for example, franchising agreements speak to the licensing of intellectual property rights. But generally, licenses are categorized as exclusive license. So what does that mean? I own copyright. I want to grant you an exclusive license. The contract says, I grant you an exclusive rights license for all my copyright. Remember, reproduction, distribution, it's a bundle of rights. So I'm granting you an exclusive license for all of my rights for the Dutch Caribbean. What does that mean? It means that even I can't go into the Dutch Caribbean with the product because she has the exclusive license. The only person who can exploit or use the intellectual property in the Dutch Caribbean is her. So not even I can do it. Again, this is something a lot of people don't understand. Exclusive license means the licensee alone can use the IP. So you have to know the territory, you have to know the duration of the contract and what it applies to. You then have a non-exclusive licensee. So let's think about it. The Dutch Caribbean is relatively small, so she can handle that, no problem. But let's look at a market like South America. I am not so sure I want to grant an exclusive license to her for all of South America. First of all, I don't know if she can handle Spanish and Portuguese. I don't think she has the manufacturing or marketing capacity. So in a big market like that, I decide I'm not going to have anyone exclusive. It's a big enough territory, they can compete and so on. So I'm going to grant whoever comes and is willing to pay, they'll get a license. That's a non-exclusive license. In that case, even I can enter the market, right? Next. You have something called a sole license. This is where I own the rights. I decide I'll give her a license, but only her for the Dutch Caribbean, but I will also retain the right to operate in the Dutch Caribbean as well. So in this is the situation where you have one licensee and the rights holder retains the right to also operate in the same market. Got it? So you have the exclusive, non-exclusive, and the sole license. Go ahead. All right, there was another video, which of course can't play, but I suggest you watch it. It's not long. And here, they're explaining the difference between licensing and ownership, which I hope you have now. But just in case, that will clarify the difference. So you own the rights, but when you grant a license, you still own the rights, but someone else has the right to use those rights or to exploit those rights. Yes? Go ahead. All right, so why would you engage in licensing? This is, this speaks not just to the creative industries, but generally. The graphics, I was playing around with AI, so most of the graphics are AI generated. So if you don't have the technical capacity or the financial resources to do it yourself, you look for a licensee. So you're in a small territory like St. Maartein. You're in fashion, or you are in film or animation or what have you. You can do the creative work. You know, you come up with the storylines, et cetera, the fashion drawings, the designs. But you don't have the capacity to really take it much further. And that's where you would look for a licensee. And they should have, because one of the pitfalls is that people don't do their due diligence. So before you sign a license, I know you get excited and all that, but before you sign a licensing agreement, you should check what is their experience, what is their network in the field, what kind of financial resources do they have, what kind of reputation do they have? Do they have a good brand? Do they have the skill set? So you have to do some level of due diligence. And this is the same if you're signing, say, a music publishing contract. Don't worry, we'll explain that tomorrow. But that's a licensing contract or book publishing contract. All of these are forms of license agreements. You should always do your due diligence, check who you're partnering with, because essentially that's what you're doing, you're partnering. Go ahead. A license can allow you to enter a market much cheaper, much faster. So instead of you having to go and gather all the market intelligence and try to figure out how can I do this, who should I be selling to, et cetera, a licensee who has the experience and know-how can do that for you much faster, hopefully cheaper. All right. Go ahead. Okay, so here's another exercise. Sorry, the last slide really Go back. I don't know why I skipped it, actually. Go back. It was more about the benefits to the licensee. So just as the licensor, the person who owns the rights, can enter the market cheaper and faster if they find a partner who is well established in the market, the licensee, the person who's seeking to use the rights, will also benefit similarly. Again, franchising is a great example of this. So you can either decide you can start from scratch and try and build up, or you can try to get a franchising agreement for a brand that is already well known and established, and they will, invest with you and so on, and you can just start operations a lot faster with lower risk. Sorry, go ahead. So this exercise, what do you think would be some of the disadvantages of licensing? So I just mentioned the advantages. What could be some of the disadvantages? You're going to come to Mike, sorry.
So much of years you have to continue paying for it.
Okay, so the fees, the license fees for the licensee, but also for the licensor. Because if you enter a contract that's, quite long, and you realize that, I'm paying way more than I really should, you may be stuck. All right, any other? Yeah, is that they had lunch and now don't want to move. Go ahead.
Will one be going into disagreement with multiple persons that, like performers? You have different rights,
Mhm.
and down the line you decide is a dispute and you all don't want to work together, so that's a disadvantage too,
Right.
future-wise?
So you can have more conflicts, yes, and the administration or the management, where you have multiple licenses, can be a headache if you're a fairly small operator. Go ahead. Right. So I mentioned some of the things you should look for, and you have to make sure that you have, if you own the rights, you have the ability to truly monitor and, if necessary, audit the licensee. They're manufacturing clothing to your designs. Maybe they're in, I don't want to call the country in a derogatory way, but they're in Cambodia, far away. You have no idea what they're doing. How well can you monitor what they're doing from St. Maartein? Right? You don't know if they're paying you as they should. Let me tell you what happens a lot. What happens a lot is you license them to manufacture clothing to your design. They account to you, they did 5,000 pieces of this, 5,000 pieces. Maybe they did 20,000 pieces. Unless you have the ability to do some checks, you don't know. The contract comes to an end, they're still manufacturing. This is the reality. So you have to have some, you can't just, or you shouldn't just sign a contract and hope for the best, right? A big disadvantage can be that you will lose some control. A lot of people don't like that. But if you agree that in this market, that lady, she will be responsible for X, Y, and Z, she has an exclusive license, you are losing some control. So you better make sure that who you're losing control to is worth it. They can damage your reputation. They can, because if they do shoddy work, for example, you have an established brand, what we call it, Zomos, and you go and license out and they do shoddy work, or they just engage in disreputable activities, what have you, then they can stain your reputation as well and devalue your brand. So due diligence, whether it's a music licensing contract, fashion contract, like a film contract, what have you, you need to do your due diligence. Right, so I'm just going to go through a list. And the AI is good, you know. You just put in whatever, I just put in whatever came to my head. Anyway, you need to be clear about ownership of the IP. And when we started this session, I asked, what would you do to ensure you could benefit from your IP? So bear that question in mind as we go through this. You want to make sure you're clear about ownership. And there are a number of possibilities here. You have situations where there may be joint ownership of IP. What does that mean in terms of permission, authorization? What type of license? Are we really talking about exclusive, non-exclusive, sole license? What kind of license are we really talking about? And which one is best for you and what you're trying to achieve? What are the terms and conditions, including royalty payments? So royalty payments, the licensee has a license. They will manufacture and sell the items, and in exchange, they will pay you a percentage. It could be a percentage. There are different ways royalties can be paid, but let's say they're paying you a percentage of their sales. You need to be clear about those terms and conditions, because is it that they're going to pay you a percentage of their gross revenue? Are they going to pay you a percentage of their net? You don't want net, because unless you define that very clearly, it means they could take out all kinds of expenses, all kinds of imaginary costs, and then tell you, oh, but I didn't make a profit. Right? Are they going to pay you every quarter? Are they going to pay you on the last day of the quarter? Or are they going to pay you within 90 days of the last day of the quarter? Are they going to pay you in hard currency, or are they paying you in some weird local currency? All of these are considerations. Go. This is, no, there should be another one. Go back. Okay. Yeah. All right. Not much longer. I wanted to just touch a bit briefly. Remember I mentioned that you could use IP as collateral? Right, so I wanted to touch on that a little. So, property rights, property. These are assets. They're a form of asset. An asset is property. And you can use, it's in the region, they're now really looking at developing systems, but generally speaking, you can use these assets to access financing. So let's go. There are 4 primary ways. I'm not going to go too deep into it. I don't want to be too technical. But you can do an IP sale and lease back. I'll explain. You can have IP-backed loans. You can have IP collateral enhancement, and you can have IP royalty securitization. Big words. Let's look at what it means. So a sale and lease back. You own some rights. You need some money. It's like if you own a house, you can, or a property, an office or a building, you can do the same. You own this asset, you need some money. So there's someone who is willing to buy that asset. They say, fine, I'll buy it, you get your money, and I'll lease it back to you immediately so you can continue using the asset. So you don't own it anymore, but at least you get to continue using it, and you get the money you needed to put into the business. That's all that means. You do it with any asset. People do it a lot with real estate. You do it with manufacturing operations, etc. This recognizes IP is an asset like any other property, right? Go ahead. So IP-backed loans. So you need to borrow some money. Normally you would use your land, God forbid it, your house, your bank deposits to help you access a loan. Here, you can use your IP. There's some implications, we'll look at those at the end, but you can use your IP to help you get loans. You own this property, you need to be able, well, I'll explain what you need to be able to do, but you can use your IP to get loans. Go ahead. IP collateral enhancement. All this means is, yes, you're going forward for funding. You may have, let's say, enough for $1 million. You need to get to 1.25. So you are able to throw in your IP assets to enhance the collateral to allow you to reach your loan amount, your desired loan amount. So you form a pool of assets, again, which you can use as collateral. This one, and I showed you here this story with Simon Cowell and his company 𝒐𝒂. And essentially, this is used a lot in music. So you have a royalty stream. You're an artist, songwriter. You generate royalties from the sale of your music, from the performance of your music. So you have, over the years, been able to show you generate a certain amount of royalties. You need some money, I say to you, okay, let me see what you've been earning, your royalty potential. And I can see that in the past 10 years, you earned $20 million in royalties. And you've done this consistently each year. So on that basis, I can do evaluation and I can determine, okay, I will advance you this money in exchange for future royalty earnings. So you want 50 million, I'll give you 50 million, but you need to, I need to benefit from your royalty earnings for the next 30 years, for example. Yeah? So, it's not as simple as it sounds. You need to be able to verify ownership. And I gave the music industry an example. You know, in music, you could have 10 songwriters, 5 publishers. You can have a whole number of people owning rights in one song. You need to make sure that, you know, the person who's claiming ownership actually owns it. The age of the rights. So I own some, let's say I own some design rights in something, industrial design. You have a maximum of 15 years protection, right? This is year 11. I want to use the rights in my design to help me access funding. And I want a 10-year loan. What sense that makes? Because the design right will finish after year 15. So if I only have 4 years of life in the designs and I can do for a 10-year loan, I am making sense. So you got to do some checks. And you need to have evaluation done. This is the reality. And you have IP evaluation specialists who can look and tell you the future value of your, or the estimated, I should say, future value of your IP. So there has to be some valuation work. There is some level of expertise required for this to be facilitated. But I can tell you in Jamaica, they have enacted relevant legislation They've been training valuers, et cetera, to really facilitate the development of IP-backed financing, because it makes no sense that you as creators own property rights that you can't use. If you were a manufacturer, you would use your inventory. If you were real estate, you would use your house or whatever. So if you own IP rights, you should be able to use those rights as well. Stop. That's tomorrow. So that's it for today, really. Yes.
Are there any questions? The mics are available. Ask questions.
Is it on? Yeah, okay. Thank you for your elaborate presentation. I have a question. It might seem long, but we don't have to go in deep on it. But we have a culture of making cloth, and like we have an annual manifestation in November where you will see that several cultural entrepreneurs will be designing their own cloth. The Caribbean is very, in Dutch you say in trek, it's popular by corporate America, cruise ships, Indian conglomerates, or even Dutch cloth makers that have copied in the past certain Caribbean prints. And
sorry, Deb, what?
Certain Caribbean prints or African prints, like the Kente cloth. I don't know if you know the Kente cloth.
Yeah.
Yes. It turned out that certain patents are owned by Dutch corporations and not by Africans. So looking back at us now that we are going to try and be cultural entrepreneurs with limited funds in this great catalog of types of trademarks and
No,
how should we
I just spoke for 2 hours. Use the terms correctly.
Okay.
You spoke about patents before in the cloth. I suspect you really mean copyright in the design,
pattern,
right?
like a design of a cloth.
Right.
Yes.
So in that case, I'm not upbraiding you. I'm just want to
No,
make
no, no,
sure
but that's why
you
I asked the question,
understand,
to check if I
right?
understood correct.
So remember I said in St. Maartein you don't have design rights as a specific category of right. But you can have copyright protection for the designs nonetheless.
Okay.
So you don't get it through a specific right for design, but you can get it under copyright. I suspect in this case, with the Dutch cloth textile manufacturers, it's copyright. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I would have to establish a corporate right to the print, to the design.
No, they have. We will assume there's copyright. Remember, there's no formality.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So let's assume the Dutch manufacturers own copyright in some designs. Yes?
Okay.
Continue.
Yes.
Right now, the only two people that I know in St. Maartein that are creating their own design and their own prints, one is Zilla, and this year, for the cultural parade, the St. Maartein National Culture Parade, Karen Cadogan is creating a specific print to be used in the parade. So it's not like there's a industry on St. Maartein where people are creating their own prints. Like, I mean, I make a lot of stuff that I wear, but I haven't sat down and designed this. You understand?
Yeah, but that person can protect that print for
Right,
being
so that's what you're saying
Yeah.
now. Okay.
How can she protect
I don't know
her
if she
design?
actually went in to do the copywriting of the two prints.
If it's original,
Yeah.
if it's an
How long she's
original
taking the time to do
design,
that?
first of all, she has copyright
Right. That
automatically, insofar as it's original. What she cannot do in St. Maartein is get design protection for the textile as such, but she will have copyright. And what she can do is go to the Bureau of Intellectual Property, use their envelope system so that she can at least record her designs so that if she needs to prove later that she created and owns them, she can. I answered you, or you have more to it?
Yes, so let's say 2 years from now, if there are a bunch of bags sold with that print in Backstreet, she can go with the envelope to the sellers.
She wouldn't go with the envelope. First of all, with the envelope, you have one chance. Once you open that, that's that. What you would do normally, once you identify that someone is infringing your rights, you send a letter first, normally advising them to cease and desist. If they don't, that's where you then get an attorney. Do not take up your envelope at that point at all.
Okay.
You only use that when the time is absolutely right, normally in court. But the first step is to send a cease and desist, and you should get an attorney, right, who will write them and so on, and if anything, then you sue them for infringement, etc. It becomes a legal issue.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? One more?
Just one question. Who owns the masters from all the recording?
No, you have to come tomorrow. I'm not answering any music questions today, and then you don't come tomorrow. Tomorrow, that's the incentive. When you come tomorrow, you will find out.
Okay.
So I have a question. I have a question all the way in the back here.
Yeah.
So what if the person cannot afford an attorney? Are there other ways that they can maneuver through the legal system to sort of protect themselves? Or is it they just have to figure out a way to pay an attorney, which can be quite expensive on St. Martin, and move through?
So this is the problem. It's one thing to own the rights, it's another to enforce them. So the cease and desist letter, you don't need an attorney for that. You write, I own this, I noticed you were selling products bearing this design, you need to stop immediately, blah, blah, blah. If you find out if they're not manufacturing it themselves, you try to find out who the manufacturer is, you write the manufacturer. You're infringing copyright, blah, blah, blah. If you get nowhere with that, I don't know specifically in St. Martin, but what I would tell you is that you go and speak with an attorney. If they think, yes, there's a case, you've established a case, and so on. Under our system, and we're in the Commonwealth, yeah, English law. The fact is, once you sue and you win, damages have to be paid, and sometimes you can ask the court that they are held liable for legal fees as well. So a lot of times you can't afford all the expenses up front, the legal expenses, but some attorneys will work with you. And once you have a strong case, likely to win, even if they settle, you settle to include legal fees, so that the infringing party is responsible for your legal fees. Yeah?
Are there any other questions? Yeah? If not, we're going to be closing this afternoon session. Kindly give Dr. Erica an astounding round of applause. That was a very thorough presentation. That's a lot of info. Are we going to get slides? Yeah? Okay, so from all the presenters, we should be getting some additional information that we can go through and use that, because
like we said, we want to put things into action, and tomorrow is going to be a continuum of that, where you're going to have different workshops so that you can act on the information that you received today, and also be able to put you in a place so that you can move as an individual in order to create success in the culture creative industry. So we do look forward to you being here tomorrow. We start 9 o'clock. We should be done around 3 as well. But tomorrow is putting things into action so that we can go out and be even this whole creative individual. With that said, I want to say thank you to Dr. Erica, Dr. Felipe, and in his absence, Dr. Keith Nurse. I also want to say thank you to the Department of Culture for putting the 5th Annual Culture Creative Industry Forum 2023 in place as well. This is something that continues to build the creators on St. Martin, and because of that, it is necessary. With that said, I look forward to seeing each one of you here tomorrow at 9. We're open from 8. Registration is 8 to 9 a.m. Come in, share on Facebook, let your other fellow creators know that they need to be here tomorrow so that they can get the information so that they also may grow in leaps and bounds and thrive in our creative industry. Have a wonderful afternoon. Do drive safely home, and see you tomorrow. God spare.